Thank you. May I now request the Dean Faculty of Medicine, Professor Dr. Deepthi Shastri, to welcome the gathering and narrate the objective of the program.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vinayaka Mission's Research Foundation deemed to be University, Professor Dr. P.K. Sudhir. Esteemed guest speaker, Professor Dr. Karunakar Kotegar A., Director, International Relations, Mahe Manipal. Distinguished Registrar, Vinayaka Mission's Research Foundation deemed to be University, Professor Dr. B. Jaikar. Respected Deputy Director Academics, VMRF-DU, Professor Dr. A. Rajan Samuel. Respected heads of institutions, heads of departments and faculty members, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the National Education Policy Cell of VMRF-DU to the Faculty Development Program on Roadmap for Implementation of NEP 2020 in Higher Education Institutions. As we all know, this policy is a comprehensive and progressive blueprint of educational policy of the country. We are all witness to the changes that are happening around us, so it becomes imperative that we upkeep and update ourselves and equip to face the challenges that occur due to these changes. This new policy has been formulated after a gap of over 3 decades, and it chooses to address the needs of the 21st century, and it focuses, amongst others, on accessibility to education, inclusivity, quality, employability, and holistic development of students. As faculty members, it is our responsibility to channelize the energy and enthusiasm of our students in the right direction and equip them with the knowledge, skills, and attitude to succeed in a constantly evolving world. The objectives of this faculty development program are to increase the awareness and understanding of the National Education Policy 2020 and its implications for higher education institutions. Develop the competencies of faculty members for effective implementation of National Education Policy 2020 in their respective domains. To provide a platform for faculty members to share your experiences and best practices in implementation of the policy. To cultivate a culture of innovation and research in higher education institutions. To encourage interdisciplinary collaboration among faculty members to promote holistic development of our students. And to strengthen the linkages between higher education institutions and other sectors of society for sustainable development. Overall, the main objective is to equip the faculty members with the theoretical knowledge and practical skills required to implement NEP 2020 in an effective, efficient, and sustainable way and contribute to building a strong and vibrant higher education system in our university and our country. We are honored to have one of the most renowned experts in the field of education, Professor Dr. Karunakar Kotegar A., Director, International Relations, Mahe Manipal. We welcome you to share your insights and experience with us during the course of today's program, sir. It is our privilege to extend a warm welcome to the Vice Chancellor of VMRF-DU, Professor Dr. P.K. Sudhir. We are eager to hear your expert guidance as we embark on this journey towards a better educational system for our university and our country, sir. We are delighted to welcome the Registrar of VMRFDU, Professor Dr. B. Jaikar, who will invariably play a major role in implementation of NEP 2020 in the constituent colleges of our esteemed university. We welcome you, sir. It is our great pleasure to welcome the Deputy Director of Academics, Professor Dr. A. Rajan Samuel, who has been instrumental in organizing today's program. We'd like to accord a warm welcome to all of you, the heads of institutions, university officials, heads of departments, and faculty members. We encourage you to utilize this platform to learn, share, and collaborate with your peers from other institutions. We hope that this program will act as a catalyst to stimulate your thoughts and inspire you to explore the opportunities for effective implementation of NEP 2020 at your institution, department, and individual selves as well. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and we look forward to a productive and enlightening journey together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, VMRFDU, Professor Dr. P.K. Sudhir, and the guest speaker, Professor Dr. Karunakar Kotegar, to light the Kuttuvilakku. I request the other dignitaries on the dais also to join them. MRFDU, Professor Dr. P.K. Sudhir, to deliver the presidential address.
Respected resource persons of today's program, Professor Karunakar Kotegar ji, our respected Registrar, Professor Jaikar, our Dean Faculty of Medicine, Professor Deepti Shastri, our Deputy Director Academic, Dr. Rajan Samuel, respected officers of the university, the Controller of Examinations and the officers of the university, head of the institutions, head of the departments, faculty members, support staff, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. India has become the largest populous country in the world recently, and will be having the most young people and more young people in the world. A country's development depends upon how you are educating the younger generation, both the school education and the higher education. India is one of the second largest higher education network in the world in terms of universities and higher education institutions. We have 1,100 plus universities and having around 50,000 colleges offering higher education. We had our last national education policy promulgated by Government of India in 1986, and further amended in 1992 with a focus on access and equity. When we were studying, we were all senior people in this audience, when we were studying in 1980s and all, or 70s and all, our gross enrollment ratio was very poor. Very, very poor. And the country was looking to increase the number. It has not happened to the expectations on those days in the early beginning of the 21st century. It was not happened as per the expectation and plan of the country. And our India's current gross enrollment ratio is 27. And I am proudly say that Tamil Nadu has the highest gross enrollment ratio in the country, 51. In 2020, Government of India promulgated the next national education policy with a clear vision on access, equity, and provide quality higher education to the needy people, irrespective of their residence, the place of residence, religion, communities, socio-economic status. And why we evolved a new one? That is a question. Why a new national education policy has evolved? The reason is, it was not as the expectation. The country's progress is not happening, especially the gross enrollment ratio, the quality, and many areas there are drawbacks. Main focus were on, it is compartmental education. It was never multidisciplinary, or less emphasis on research, less emphasis on autonomy, and widely our education system were in the affiliated system, which nowhere else in the country, in the world we can see the affiliated system. More than 80% of the educational institutions are in bigger universities under affiliating system. For example, Pune University is having more than 1,300 affiliated colleges. And Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, the one of the medical university in India, has more than 1,100 affiliated colleges. When the number increases, the quality of supervision may reduce or may fall. It may not get. I was also working as a controller of examination in a state medical university for a period of 2 terms, and just getting information from different affiliated colleges, it can conduct examination was a very, very difficult task. So now the new national education policy is looking for a three-tier system of universities in India by 2030. Research intensive university, teaching intensive university, and autonomous colleges granting degree. And we expect by 2030, the affiliating system will fade out, and all the affiliated colleges becoming either a degree granting college or a teaching intensive university or a research intensive university. There is a clear paradigm shift in the new education policy promulgated by Government of India from a faculty-centric education to a student-centric education. More flexibility by giving more academic flexibility, technology-driven education, more focus on formative assessments, and more of a multidisciplinary in nature, the programs. It is also offering 4-year degree program with a multiple exit options, with a relevant or appropriate certification, either as a certificate program at the end of the first year and end of the second year degree diploma and end of the third year its degree and end of the fourth year honors, and they are eligible for directly post PhD programs. So my dear the head of the institutions and the principals and the head of the departments and faculty members, there is a clear-cut changes are happening in the higher education scenario by a policy document. To propagate and to act according to the national education policy, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation deemed university has started and established a NEP cell. Many things have initiated. We have a separate research cell has been established with a clear-cut focus on research outcomes. Then new degree programs are started with the four-year degree programs are started. And multidisciplinary, an exclusive faculty, that is what we call Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, have started in our university, and we are starting a MSc Medical Biotechnology in AVMC campus. So a lot of things we are initiated. Still, most of the universities and most of the vice chancellors, when we go for vice chancellors conference and discussions, and most of the vice chancellors are finding difficult implementing the NEP document in some of the areas. You know, people have doubt what will happen after 1 year, after 1 year degree program. If the candidate exit, we give a certificate. Who will respect this certificate? Who will give the employment? And all. There are a lot of doubts are arised how to go ahead. But I wanted to say that this document has to be implemented on a due course. The focus is on student-centric. I already student identifying and fostering each student's capacities and to promote a holistic development of the student. We focus on a holistic, or the NEP document looks for a holistic development of the student. The aim of higher education in India is to produce or to develop good, well-rounded, holistic, socially committed individual. That is the focus. I'm sure today's our Professor Karunagar Kotegeji's deliberation on this area on implementation of how to implement this document on a phased manner in our university. I'm sure definitely we'll have some important takeaways from your deliberations. I wish a very, very meaningful and fruitful and productive deliberation from our Professor Karunakar Kotegeji, and I'm sure our head of the institutions and head of the department and faculty members will take up these things for taking that NEP document for a further ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor for me to introduce the guest speaker for today's program, Professor Dr. Karunakar A. Kotegar. Sir has completed his PhD and postdoctoral fellowship at AIT Ireland. Currently, sir is serving as the Director of International Collaboration of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, since 2022. And sir is also a professor in the Department of Data Science and Computer Applications, Manipal Institute of Technology. Sir is involved in teaching for the past 25 years and has guided several PhD candidates. Sir has received the Best Teacher Award in 2012. Sir has also received several other awards, including Invention Award from Intellectual Ventures in 2013, 2 Best Paper Awards in 2014, and the Best Poster Award in 2008. Sir has an extensive interest in research and has more than 50 publications in international index journals and presentations in conferences, and one of his research work has got US patent recently. Sir has received more than rupees 50 lakhs research grant from Government of India. Sir also has research collaborations with various countries like Germany and Australia. Sir is a syndicate member of Mangalore University, nominated by Governor of Karnataka for 3 years, a member of Karnataka Public Library Council, Secretary of the International Association for Exchange of Students for Technical. Sir is a president of IAESTE India and a faculty advisor for IAESTE and AIESEC chapters of Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Sir is also a IEEE senior member and ISTE life member. Sir has conducted more than 45 NEP workshops and has released EP Kannada video series inaugurated by Dr. Ashwath Narayanan, member of Karnataka Legislative Assembly. We are honored to have you here today, sir. And I now request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, VMR of DU, Professor Dr. P.K. Sudhir, to honor the guest speaker for today, Professor Dr. Karnaka Kotegar. We'll begin with the academic sessions for today. I request the dignitaries to occupy the seats of the dais. And I request the guest speaker, Professor Dr. Karnaka Kotegar, Director International Relations, MAHE, to take over the first academic session.
Hello. Hello. You have slide changer? Good morning. I'm extremely sorry for the delay in starting the program because yesterday's ticket was not confirmed. So somehow, they helped me to reach here. I'm extremely sorry. But here I have a request. Some of the audience are scattered. If possible, as much as possible, I request you to please come front. Don't consider I am a headmaster here. But still, if you are connecting with me, it is always good that what I am trying to say, you can, easily understand, and also you can question me. Whoever is sitting at the end, scattered, please come on one side so that it helps me. Thank you to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudhir. You have visited MAHE with your delegation. I'm very happy to meet you again here. Thank you for the opportunity given. MAHE Vice Chancellor visited your campus. So it's the wonderful relation which is building between MAHE and Vinayaka Mission University. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So NEP 2020, when the discussion started, as Honorable Vice Chancellor has just mentioned, he has made my work very simple, that I need not talk anything about introduction of the NEP 2020. We are all aware of it. So today's session is very specific, and I always request my faculty colleagues here, please note down wherever I say that this you can do it. Because there are certain things which you already have done it. As a private deemed university, you have flexibility and you used that and you have done it. In general, whatever policy speaks is for the whole country. And some of the best practices which is already implemented in institutions like Manipal and Vinayaka Mission. So whatever is not done, you please mark it so that during the question and answer hours, I want you to question me. If possible, I will try to answer. Otherwise, we will debate and we will try to evolve some answer so that, you cannot design everything by today's discussion. It is impossible to do it. But having discussed with more than, 15,000 people till today, because 2020 when it started, I started talking about this from the draft policy itself. But I have approached more than 15,000 people now, as of now, various categories, including school and college and universities. And I have done a workshop up to, 10 minutes also I spoke, and I spoke for 1 week also. So there are varieties what we have done. I have some experience, but I will try to share. And we all are working in this domain for past 20-25 years. And we wanted certain changes. As our Vice Chancellor has mentioned, the 1986 was the previous policy. After 34 years in 2020, now it is 36 years, the new policy had come to the discussion. Rather than looking at from angle of which government has brought it and which government is planning to implement, as an academicians and as a student of this academic institutions, we need to think what is right in it, what is important for this country, and how we have to adopt it. Whether you want to call it as NEP 2020, because I have seen some states opposing, some states supporting. Karnataka is the first state to implement it, but now the Karnataka government is different, and the government is saying that we are going to scrap it out without knowing what it is. So we are all academicians. Let us keep this discussion very academic. And if any one of you have any affiliation to any government or any political party, it is your choice. But today, let us discuss this as an open policy, what we wanted for this country, whether it is available in this or not. And if it is available, how we can implement it in our institution, how we can help our students to make the best use of the resources available in the country and create a world-class citizen. So that is the goal of this policy. So in order to, give an idea about Indian education system, my idea is to give you some interesting facts about higher education in India, so that you must know that where the India higher education is today and where we want to go and what are the ways to go there. Some of the interesting facts. So, there are different kinds of universities in this country: central university, state university, deemed university, state private university, and you have one more university which is also called as fake universities, right? So this is not my statement. It is there in the UGC website. They also know that there is a fake university, and they mentioned it in the UGC website as a fake university. I thought I should put that also in front of you. So these are the various kinds of universities which are there in India. And there are various regulators. We are all aware of it. There are so many regulators. Okay, and sometimes we have seen that the regulator himself needs regulation. Correct, no? So we all agree with that. So that is the situation in this country, and we know that these are all the different kinds of regulators who are there. The next one is, how many universities are there? This is a 2018 AISH report. Okay, so you can just verify that according to 2018 report. Okay, so 993 universities and around 40,000 colleges, and out of that around 385 are privately managed university, 16 exclusively women university. I do not know how many of you are aware of these numbers, and various universities. 548 is general university, 142 technical, 63 agriculture and allied, 53 medical universities, 23 law universities, 13 Sanskrit universities, and 9 language universities, and other kinds of universities are 106. So if you look at the college density per lakh, Per lakh means it is a college going age, which is 18 to 23 years. So if you consider that, if there is 1 lakh students in that region, in Bihar, there is only 7 colleges for 1 lakh college going age student. Whereas in Karnataka it is highest, it is 53. Right? In Tamil Nadu also it is around 49 or 48. So the reason why I am trying to see is this big picture of Indian higher education we need to understand, and it is very important because we are all main stakeholders of higher education in India. So this number we need to change. Professor has already mentioned gross enrollment ratio, even though it is 27 as of 2023, right? But there are few states who are really performed very bad. Less than 10% in some states, right? But Tamil Nadu is one of the best state in terms of GER. There is no doubt about it, right? So 7 in Bihar, 53 in Karnataka. So students enrolled in higher education is around 3.7 crores. 3.7 crore students are studying in higher education in India. And what is the gross enrollment ratio? 27%. But when this is done, it is 26%, 2018, right? Why I am trying to say that is 26%, but around 3.75 crores. If you make it 100%, let's assume, if you make it 100%, you have to multiply this number by 4. That means that is the size of this country, what we are speaking. And interesting fact is, out of that, 19.2 is male, 18.2 is female. I'm very proud of my country in this number because the male to female ratio in higher education who are studying is equal almost. And we are far, far better than most of the countries in this world. There are countries who never supports women, but India has done really, really well. So if you see that number speaks for itself. And, student enrolled in distance learning mode is around 10.62%. Okay? And maximum number of students enrolled in a program is BA. I always ask this question as a quiz because most of the people, they think that, BA courses are closing down. It is closing down, but if you look at the number, it is around 35.9% of the students are studying BA, 16.5% BSc, engineering there is around 13.5, commerce is around 14.1. So this is the courses the students are opting for, right? And I will show you some interesting fact in my further slides. So if you look at the SC, ST, OBC, Muslim and other minority, it's almost reflect the reservation what they get. This is not the reservation. This is actually the percentage what they are in higher education. But if you look at this number, it is almost the reservation what they get. This is just a numbers, So foreign students in India is around 47,000. We have performed really bad here in this parameter. It's just 47,000. Imagine the size of the country and number of students we are able to attract is only 47,000. Historically, if you see, Bharat was a Vishwaguru and we used to attract students during those days when there was no mobility options at all. But now we are not doing it. Why? We need major surgery for our higher education system. Otherwise, we will be outdated. We are already outdated when you compare to the global best universities. And we recently found that, there is no top universities in India. Okay, fortunately, we are now in 1 or 2 universities in top 200, few universities in top 500, but otherwise we are nowhere. We are nowhere. But if you look at Indians who are performing wonders abroad, that shows that, they are Indians only. They have completed their graduation here. They are doing wonderful things there, but not here. Do we really need to fix it? Is there any way? Now we have a chance that after 36 years, we have some changes. Rather than politicizing it, let us look at this from a holistic angle, what this country really needs. Right? So 47,000 students. I am proud to say that around 2,000 students are in Manipal. Around 2,000 students are in Manipal as a foreign students. So number of teachers in higher education, that number is also very important. We are one among this number. That is around 14.16 lakhs. 14.16 lakhs teachers in higher education institutions. Okay. Number of PhD, the student PhD who pursuing in this country is just 1.5 lakhs. You may be surprised, China is producing 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs. You know, so that is the number, you know, we need to be very careful. But when you go to school education, China has only 5 lakhs schools, 5 lakh school. But India has 15 lakh school, 15 lakh school. But still our GER is less, number of schools are more. People think that we don't have infrastructure. We have infrastructure, but underutilized infrastructure is in India, in school education, right? So number of PhDs also you can see it is 1.5 lakhs. And also approximately 34% are from state public universities, 21 from Institute of National Importance, 21% of the PhDs are produced by deemed university, around 13.4 is produced by state private universities. What I'm trying to say by this number is, the number of PhD India producing is very, very low, absolutely low number compared to the size of this country. So the next one is number of colleges and number of degree awarding institution. Please look at these numbers. You know, you start from 1950-51. How many universities were there? There are only 30 universities. How many colleges are there? Around 895 colleges were there in 1950-51. So exactly after 10 years, you see, it became universities are 55 and the colleges are 1542. So now if you see 2016 and 17, we have around 42,338 colleges. That's the number which is in 2016-17. But if you look at the number of degree granting universities or institute, it is around 895. So this typically gives you the number. But if you can see that 2001 to 2010 and 11, that break is the jump. That is the jump, what we got. Right? So, how many universities are there? You can look at this. State private universities are around 364. 47 central universities. Institute of National Importance, 96. Institute deemed to be university, 123. That is, one is your university also. So, state private university, 262. So, this is the composition of different universities. And state-wise number of colleges, if you see. Right? So each of the state, you can see how many colleges are there. Right? Tamil Nadu has 2,449, if I am correct. Am I right? So that is the number of colleges what you can see. Now, Uttar Pradesh has maximum because the population is also there. Right? So these are the typical number. I just want you to keep this big picture before we really start discussing and implementing of NAP 2020. This big picture is very important for all educationists. And again, you know, the number of girls students enrolled, in terms of, 1,000 it is, the number of girls students enrolled, that is also really it is increasing. And this is the faculty-wise girls, boys number. Faculty-wise girls, boys number. So if you look at the arts, again, boys are less, girls are more. If you look at engineering, boys are really high, whereas girls are less. But if you look at the science, boys and girls are almost same. So this is the picture, right? So the next one is faculty-wise students enrollment in PhD, right? So you can see that how exactly it is distributed. So expenditure in terms of GDP, expenditure on education as a percentage of GDP, expenditure on higher education as a percentage of GDP. So this policy speaks for what percentage? Investment in higher education, in education itself, it's around 6%. Please note 6% is from the beginning only. It is not from this policy. Even the first policy said 6%, second policy said 6%, and this policy also said 6%. But we are not able to give that much. We gave only 4.44 percentage of the GDP is given to education, and out of that, just 1.35 is going to higher education in the country. Right? So public expenditure and GDP, you can see that in general, what is the percentage of public expenditure from the GDP and for the education also. Right. So what are the major issues this policy may address? One is the fragmented higher education ecosystem. That means each one of them, they are doing something on their own and it's just fragmented. It is not joined with anything in a holistic approach. So this policy says that we want multidisciplinary university. And the next issue is less emphasis on cognitive skills and learning outcomes. You look at from the school education or the higher education, we never focus on that. Our focus is rote learning. That's all. And we try to test the memory of an individual in the examination also. The way how we set question paper, the way how you evaluate is also same. Right? So basically, we are not checking the cognitive skills. We are not helping them to improve. Rather than that, we are trying to memorize everything. So rigid separation of the discipline, engineering institutions only, medical institutions only, or B.Ed colleges only. So this policy says that it should go. It should go and everything should be available under one roof, and students should learn through multidisciplinary education so that the holistic development of an individual is possible. This country requires holistic individual. This country does not require qualified people, it requires educated people. So what is the difference between education and qualification is? Qualification is just a certificate introduced by British. One who gets 40% also, he gets a degree. One who gets 95% also, he gets a degree. People will say that let the market decide. We are not giving education for the market. We are helping an individual to evolve and be a contributor to the country, be a social reformer. We want such people. Unfortunately, we have so many qualified people, but they are not all educated. They are not all educated. There are so many people who are educated, but they are not qualified. I want you to take a message from this workshop that henceforth, don't call everybody as educated. Be specific. If you are calling somebody as educated, you need to be very specific. And if you are calling somebody as qualified, it's up to you. No problem. But all qualifieds are not educated. All educateds are also not qualified. But this country needs educated people, not just qualified people. Whatever we do in the colleges nowadays, due to the British imposition of the education system, it is just qualifying. You are qualified to do this task. It is not education. Correct? No? Because they wanted to rule this country. They want to certify something that, okay, you are good for clerk. You are good for plumbing. You are good for this. That's all. It is not education. They killed education and they brought qualification. And what we felt, qualification is superb and we enjoyed and we are very happy in collecting so many certificates also. Most of us are fascinated by collecting certificates. Even today, we are happy to collect certificate. You attend a workshop, you will get a certificate, then only people will come and attend. How many of us say that, okay, forget the certificate and everything, let me take some points from this workshop. You are all sitting here, maybe by force, maybe by interest, I do not know. Because I am also one among you who used to sit among the audience. Sometimes we come by force, sometimes we come by our interest. So today's session also, I see that there are some people who already dozed off, which I can easily connect with you guys. There are some people who are interested. There are some people, they are sitting because they are supposed to sit. They are supposed to sign. Anyway, you are here, right? Anyway, you are here. And anyway, you are listening to me. If not listening, at least you are hearing me. Correct? But convert that mindset for a minute and find out, I am investing my 6 hours or 5 hours in this workshop today, and I want to take something out of this. That maybe, okay, I accept this policy, or I understood this in policy. I will change these things in my department. I will change these things in my class. As a teacher, I can change in the class. As a HOD, I can change something in my department. As a HOI, you can change something in your institution. What is that you can change? Please mark it and go. Then only you say that you are educated. Otherwise, you are also just qualified. This is the way how I consider, and I am a little headmaster kind of person when I speak. I know that most of you are well above my age, seniors, but still I feel that we need to be harsh sometime so that the output will be always better. So we should not hesitate to say that also. Investing 5 hours, but let me find out these are the outcomes. We talk about outcome-based education. What is the outcome of this workshop? Whether it is 0, whether it is negative, whether it is positive, what are the outcomes? What is that you can change in your classrooms, in your department, in your institution? If you can list out before today you complete this, how to do it is different. What to do if you can say that, then obviously this workshop is successful. That's what is my request, and I'm very open for discussion. Please throw questions, let us discuss, and let us make use of this policy which is available to us. So rigid separation has to go. Limited access. There are so many people who really want to study. We call, 26 or 27% is the gross enrollment ratio. And the government 2035, the target is it wants to make it 50%. Right? Already it is in 27, 28% now nearly. Right? Whether that percentage really matters, whether you are simply bringing them to the institution, because in some states we know that for school education, GER is 100%. When? First standard, second standard. Throughout, by the time when they complete their 10th standard and 12th standard, most of them, they just drop out. Nobody cares why they dropped out, what happened. It's very important that everybody should come to school and colleges. The target here is there is a limited access because of the number of seats limited in government sector and the fee structure in the private sector. Some people, they always argue. I am also a syndicate member of a Mangalore University, which is a public university. They always fight with me as a syndicate member and the other members. They say that you are representing from a private university. I said, let us calculate, let us challenge. I did that challenge in the university syndicate meeting and they lost the game. What I did is, you calculate per student expenditure from your side, I will calculate per student expenditure from my side. Only difference is, you are getting paid by the tax, but whereas my expenditures are paid by parents. That is the only difference. But the expenditure on private education is less compared to expenditure on government education. That calculation was there. It's huge money. But unfortunately, nobody cares. People think that it is a free education. No, it is not a free education. Now the question here is, how do you create access? Whether only government university can do that, 50% GER, impossible. There are 70% of the students and the 70% of the higher education stake in India is with private universities. And without that, it is not possible to meet GER. So if you want to say that everything we want to make it public, it is not possible. Everything we want to make private, that is also not possible. We need to live in cohesive sense. So we need to see that there is a money invested, but there are so many people who are not having that, they are not fortunate to attend the colleges. Limited teacher and institution autonomy. I will speak about this little later. Merit-based career management and progression of faculty and institution leadership. You look at the leaders in the institution. Either it is a public or a private universities. How are the leaders? Do we want managers or we want leaders? There is a clear-cut difference. When we look at somebody, we call that they are not leaders, they are managers. Manager's job is what? There should not be any operational issues. These are the SOPs, you implement it. So without that, you can go ahead and finish it. That is a manager. Leader means what? Who thinks differently. Who is dare enough to take a decision. Who can make it happen. They are leaders. Whom we want? We want educational leaders, not just managers. In US, the management is taken care by MBAs in the universities. I don't know how many of you are aware. A professor is not given that management job. The leadership role is given to the professor, but the managerial job is given to a MBA guy within the university itself. We want more and more leaders in the education space. Less emphasis on research. You may be surprised to see that we are number 3 in the world in terms of publication of paper. Are you aware? We are number 3 in terms of publication of paper, but whereas in terms of innovation index, any idea? Innovation index in the world, we are the 40th position. Just 2 years back it was 48. I'm happy to see that now it is at least 40. Innovation index. Then why? Because we have converted everything into just publication. It is not converted into a commercial part. It has not helped anyway in the society. We are all busy in publishing because the publication is the target given to all of us. Right? For me or for you, we all have target. Whether target is wrong? No, it is not wrong. But can we make some meaning out of this rather than just a rat race? A rat race we are seeing everywhere. 11th and 12th student is doing rat race to crack NEET or JEE. What universities are doing? Again, we are behind the rank and we are doing it. Can we do it more meaningfully? So that, I always say, whether your focus is on product or byproduct. What is product here? Product is a holistic development of the whole ecosystem. Byproduct is ranking. But unfortunately, what we are seeing, focus is on ranking and holistic development has taken byproduct. That is not the way, and it will not sustain. It will not sustain. That itself is a rat race. So I always say that let us focus on developing holistically. Byproduct is rank, which will come, which will automatically come. What we need to do, output is ranking. Rather than focusing on ranking, rather than focusing, okay, we are going to publish 1,000 publications this time. There are great universities, the number of publications are very, very minimum, but the impact of that publications are really high. Whereas in India, what we are doing, we are publishing more and more paper, but in terms of innovation index, we are at the 40th position. That itself is a serious message, whether we are doing a serious research in this country or not. Whether there is a connection between the real-time issues and the research what we are doing. There is a disconnect. Is there any connection between an industry and academia? In a true sense, there may be 1 or 2 committee members, but do we respect them? Do we choose a right person who can slap and tell us that this is what we want? No. That is the question what we need to see. That is the question what all you, as a HOI, you go back and check how many people I have as an industry people and how many are giving me a serious input which I can really bring it. If we start thinking that itself is national education policy, that's all. Okay, the best practices we need to improve day by day. Wherever we need to fix, shrewd leader can fix it. And we want such leaders who can change it. Less emphasis on research. Weak governance and leadership in a higher education institution. Very weak, because the focus is, some of the private universities, their focus is to make money. And the public universities, their issues are entirely different. But ultimately, who is suffering? The country is suffering. The higher education is suffering. So there are several mechanisms which can be fixed, but each of the institution, they may have their own way of fixing it. Ineffective regulatory system. The regulators are there, but they need regulation. Right? They need regulations because we know what is the level of corruption involved in regulatory bodies. Unfortunately, that is the truth. We need to revamp. That is what this policy says. So this is the background. This is the data in front of you. Now let us talk about how to go about it, what we can do. Each one of you, please note down whatever you feel that this we can do it, or this we are already doing it, but we can improve it. Or you can say that this is not possible in my department or in my university. You list out. These are the 3 things what you need to be very clear and do it. There are different stakeholders in education. One is the student. The whole policy, all these years, the policy was not student-centric. But NEP is nothing but student-centric education policy. Right? There are teachers, there are parents, there are stakeholders, there are different stakeholders. Whenever we are discussing as a teacher, as a department, as an institute, as a university, what we can implement, you please make a list of it. Right? It's up to you. I suggest you make a list of it so that you can know that these are the things what we can do it. If somebody asks tomorrow whether NEP is implemented in Vinayaka machine, you must be confidently saying that yes, we have done 60%, 70%, we have these things which are pending and we are on it. If you can say that, then you say that yes. And stakeholders' involvement is very important. All teachers has to understand what is this, why I need to do that. If a teacher is thinking that my HOD is asking me to do it, then it is gone. A teacher has to understand the crux. I want to do this because of this. How to explain a teacher who just started his career? He may not have a big picture of the higher education system, but it is the HOD's responsibility to make them aware what is expected. These delta changes what you do in the department, what real X changes it can make in the whole system. That small change, you need to explain it to your respective colleagues. That is very important. And these things need to be discussed. These things need to be discussed in a department meeting once in a month. Let us not keep any agenda, but let us see that how we can improve these things. What we need to do in my department. So these are the things which we need to work. Otherwise, it's impossible. And this national education policy, I consider it as a lateral shift. Why do I call it as a lateral shift? In computer science, we always say, you need to log out and log in, then only you can understand. We are all product of this good old Macaulay education system. Unless and until we log out, we don't understand what this policy speaks. And we are always finding negative things. You know, this is not possible because of this. This is not possible because of this. Rather than saying, this is possible and we will make it happen. We always appreciate United States of America. But this policy has taken so many things which are now practiced in United States of America. One of the important things is multidisciplinary education. Okay, I will come back to that. So what is that? You know, it's a workshop, right? It is not just, you know, half an hour or 1 hour seminar and you are going out. Please note down. You are the boss in your department, in your institution. I will do this. And you report it to your vice chancellor. These are the things what we will do it immediately within next 6 months, next 1 year. That should be your own target. Then only we can do it. Otherwise, we talk and we forget. It's of no use. So, as Vice Chancellor has already said, the whole policy is based on 5 pillars. Access. Every Indian, it's his right to get best quality education. Access. Equity, whatever may be his condition. Economical condition, or a geographical locations, or a physical issues, whatever may be his condition, same quality education should be available for all citizens of this country. The quality should never be compromised, affordability should not be an issue, and accountability is must. These are the 5 pillars on which the NEP 2020 is standing. And if you look at the purpose of the education, what is mentioned in the policy, which Honorable Vice Chancellor already mentioned, to develop good human beings capable of rational thought and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper and creative imagination, with sound ethical mooring and values. If you observe carefully, there is no word called as employment. There is no word called employment, purpose of education. Employment is a byproduct. It is not a product. If I am capable, I will get paid. But now you see how many engineering graduates are employable. Right? So Mr. Narayan Murthy has made that comment that so many people are not employable. What do you mean by employable? Because company wants something, institution is teaching something. There is a gap. But this policy is not about employment. Employment is a byproduct. It is about education. It is not about qualifications. So the very first thing is we should not focus more on qualified people. That is just a certificate. You create educated people, qualification is embedded in it. So qualification plus these things will make you educated person. So please note this, it is very important. From that angle, this policy does not speak about employment, but it speaks about skill development, which can help the employment in the policy. But in the objectives, it is not there. There is some issues with this. Can you just move one slide? Just move one step. Yeah, there is a problem with this. Right? So, policy aims at what? Producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged by our Constitution. In the whole policy, there is no word called secular. That was also an issue. That was also a point for debating for some political debates. There is no word called secular, but there is a word called plural. Plural. Plural is a bigger umbrella. Secular is just one part of it. Basically, it's a plural society, what we want. But unfortunately, that is also made an issue. There are two things which are made issue out of this policy without reading the policy. One is this, the other one is the language. I don't know how many of you heard about it. Everybody started talking about the language. In Tamil Nadu also, language is the major issue. But one who read the policy, one who understood the policy, he will not talk about that. Because there is a sufficient explanation have been given. And it simply says that education in mother tongue is the only best way. What else you need? That is what is clearly said. But how to, retain all Indian heritage languages, that is also a chapter, Indian knowledge system. We'll talk about that a little later. But if you see this, it is a plural society as envisaged by Constitution. So that is the policy aim. Right? So these are the policies. And people say that, it's a 60 page, 66 page, 482 pages in the draft. There are many people who say that just they want to show that they have read the policy. Right? So there is always a competition that I read it, I understood. But please note, every word is having some weight out of 60 pages. It's little challenging, but it is very interesting. A unique policy, because I read all the three policies, but I felt this speaks about Bharat. Let us embrace. Let us help our students to achieve whatever they want to do. Let us teach them 21st century skills, but keep them as Indian. We want that. That is what is called as connecting to Indian ethos and roots. That is the basic crux of this policy. Right? So these are the different things. In part 2, there are 11 chapters for higher education. Right? Fine. So now the exercise starts for you also. This is the first chapter. So please understand what all options you have, what is possible with your university, department or institutions. Large multidisciplinary university. Vinayaka Mission has different faculty. Already you are a multidisciplinary university. And the policy clearly says that there should not be any university which is not multidisciplinary. If it is purely a medical university, they need to start certain departments at least to make it multidisciplinary so that the students studying medicine also can study history. The students studying medicine can also study about global warming. So these are the things what is very important, and every institution has to be multidisciplinary, and you are the best because you have different faculties in your institutions. So identify new discipline to be added. Now the question here is, whenever we add, we think from a commercial angle, whether it is a loss or profit. Sometimes there may be loss, but there may be value addition to the university and students. So management should be dare enough to say that I want philosophy. Philosophy may not generate revenue, but philosophy will help your students to become holistic. Just an example I am giving you. But we need to identify those disciplines and add it and make a learning environment truly multidisciplinary. Okay, it's up to you how to do it, what to do it. For example, now we are talking about multidisciplinary university. Let us assume that you have an engineering college, you have a medical college, right? So this policy does not speak anything about medicine. Hope you are aware. Medicine is kept away, it is not, but the best practices can be adopted. There is no doubt about it, right? As of now, medicine is not under the NAP 2020. Am I boring you or you are interested? You're okay? Ah, right. Because, if you are hungry, you please let me know. We can keep some interactive sessions if you want. That is not an issue because he skipped the tea break because of the time, right? So we can, because if you want me to stop, you feel free to raise your hand and ask questions. Any questions is okay. If I don't have answers, I don't have answers. That's all. Can we go ahead? Right. Multidisciplinary, in your department you have to make it. It's very important. Not as a university alone. University, there are courses. It is multidisciplinary. But whether engineering students can take a subject in medical school, whether engineering students can take something in liberal arts, social science, you just think that. Okay? In my university, I'm just giving, just for the sake of example I am giving, I'm from engineering school. Our students are allowed to take Yakshagana. You know about Yakshagana? It's an art form, right? In South, I don't know here, but in South Karnataka, it is one of the famous art form, Yakshagana. And we allow students to take yoga. And we take that credit also. It is not that they are allowed to take. It is an open elective course. And if they want to study geopolitics, they are allowed to take. If they want to take a French language as an open elective, they are allowed to take. What I am trying to say here is, whenever in a board of studies, the next discussion happens, be sure that 20% should be interdisciplinary or, multidisciplinary. 20% minimum, because there are core elective, there are open elective, there are skill development, there are other voluntary opportunities. Everything is important for overall development of a student. If it is not, please make it sure that the next BOS revision, whenever you do it, put open electives. Allow your students to learn what they want to learn. If your student is interested in music, do you have that option in your department? If not, the policy says you can take it from online. You can learn from different institutions. So today's presentation, today afternoon, I will be talking about two important things. One is Academic Bank of Credit, DigiLocker and NAD. And the other topic is internationalization of the university. So these are the two topics which I will be speaking today afternoon. Why I am speaking about ABC is you can make your curriculum such that students can learn from online. MOOC courses, maybe Swayam, okay, maybe Coursera. It's up to you. Maybe Stanford some courses. Allow your students to learn from horse mouth. Why you want to make him learn only by your teaching? And this policy says that who is teacher? Teacher is just a mentor. You remove the attendance in the classrooms just to see that whether your students can still attend the classes. However good teacher you may be, you remove the attendance and see how good teacher you are. That means students are immersed with information. They can learn from anywhere. They can learn from horse mouth. Why I have to attend the class? This is a generation. This is just the beginning I am telling you. You know now what AI is changing, right? So one of the main things, the ChatGPT is the big news, right? So there is a one hour lecture I gave on ChatGPT. It is not to stop. It is how to make best use of ChatGPT. I always promote ChatGPT as a computer science professor because you can't stop it. When you can't stop it, the better way is how to make best use of it, right? So recently, CEO of ChatGPT was in India. You know that the 2 days back? So that was a big news. Now imagine when AI has entered your classrooms, what is the relevance of a teacher in the classroom when AI is there? When students can learn from horse mouth, why you expect him or her to learn from you? Challenges are for teachers. How we have to make our presence meaningful in the classroom depends on us. In BITS Bilani, there is no attendance. I don't know how many of you are aware. But in Manipal, there is attendance. In Manipal, if you remove the attendance, I am sure, same situation, nobody will come. But in BITS Bilani also, nobody will go to class. But teachers are available for any kind of discussion and mentoring. Teachers, if there is one student also, they will go and teach. But otherwise, they are always available for mentoring. So teacher has to be a mentor in higher education. Teacher need not know everything. Teacher should be willing to learn with the students. Unfortunately, what we think, teacher means guru. Guru means Guru Devo Bhava. No, those days are gone now. Now teacher is a mentor who will sit with me and we can study together. That is the concept. Especially in higher education, we need to be a learner always along with the students. Allow students to question us. Allow students to challenge us. This is simple change what we can change. This is what is there in the policy. You can just read all these things. I'm giving you the extract. How to make course multidisciplinary is at least 20% of your courses in the next revision. Forcefully make it something which is nowhere connected to the domain. Nowhere connected to, not a core elective. Core elective is specialization. Okay, but now you have to bring something whichever is interesting. Identify every semester there is one course which you allow your student to take it from online. It is important. It's very important. It will reduce your workload. It will reduce your burden. Make best use of the available resources. Help student and help yourself. Rather than I will teach all 48 hours in the classroom, I need not. You be a facilitator. Create the classroom into a discussion. It may be possible, it may not be possible in subject. It may depends on the size of the classroom also, but experiment we need to do on every day. These are the changes what we need to take so that we can make our course multidisciplinary. So if the university is multidisciplinary, it is not sufficient. Every course has to be multidisciplinary. So multidisciplinary UG program, add elective, open elective and online courses. Faculty and institution autonomy, teaching and evaluation. I'm sure in your university it may be there. In public universities in general, where there is an affiliated system, a course is taught by somebody, syllabus is made by someone, question paper is set by someone, first evaluation is done by someone, second evaluation is done by someone. Everybody is involved in deciding how is this student except the teacher who is teaching the course. Correct, no? I don't know how is your system, but in our Manipal Institute of Technology, we are allowed to be part of the designing of the syllabus. We are teaching, we are setting question paper, and we are evaluating. We are also allowing the student to see the answer script. And there is an academic audit for everything. There is an academic audit, internal academic audit and external academic audit. Our curriculum is again verified by top people in the country. And our question papers are audited, right? And the teacher is responsible for evaluating. That flexibility we have given. And initially we found it very difficult when it is introduced around 10, 12 years back. Because we are very much interested in external evaluation, right? Internal evaluation. Those things are gone now. 50% of the marks is for regular evaluation, 50% of the marks for end semester evaluation as of now. But this policy says 100% it should be formative assessment. As of now, most of the public universities, 40% is formative, 60% is summative is done. But the policy is very vocal. It says that 100% it should be formative assessment. What do you mean by formative assessment? Don't allow students to remember. Understand whether he understood whatever you taught or not. How to understand? How to assess? According to us. assessment means examination. Yes or no? We call assessment is only examination. No. Every subject, we expect a student to write 3 hours answer script. Why? Because we are understanding how is his rote learning capacity. We are never trying to find out whether he learnt it, whether he can demonstrate it, whether he can, create something on his own and show that. Right? So those efforts are not happening. Please think, is it possible? Can you make some changes? Whatever you are doing today, after 6 months, after 1 year, I will do these changes in my department. Okay? Open book is one thing, why you want it to invigilate. I always say that invigilation is a curse to our country. Invigilation is curse. But do you have any examination without invigilation? Why I have to invigilate, you tell me? Because I am teaching foreign students. I find it very difficult because they never copy. You allow them to sit together, they never copy. Sometimes I asked one question. The answer written by a French student was simple. He said, refer Wikipedia. This is the answer. I felt he is right. He is absolutely right because I am trying to test the memory and he wrote it, refer Wikipedia. Now the question here is, without invigilation, you try this one day in your class. I know it is against your university rules, but try it. Just try it and see that whether your students are okay. If you say that, okay, 1 hour test, you will give the question paper, I will have a cup of tea and I will come back. What will happen in the classrooms? Why? The reason is simple. The reason is simple. If nobody is observing, I will do all nonsense. That is what is our education system is. That is the competition for the qualification. Yes or no? You just think, whatever I am talking, it may look theoretically, wow, fantastic. But when you go for implementation, it will have its own issues. But where we need to go, whether we invigilate for the PhD examination also, PhD coursework also we invigilate, yes or no? Is it correct? A PhD student, coursework we invigilate. Why? Otherwise he will copy. That means the whole education from LKG, UKG we started invigilation and we never built that confidence in the teacher or in the system and then we blame and we appreciate US system. We appreciate US system. Let them copy there. Let us see. Why do they usually copy in US? That is the question what we need to ask. But unfortunately, in our country, examination is invigilation mandatory. Can we do a DX change? Simple changes, At least out of 2 tests, 1 test you don't do invigilation. But how to set the question paper is also very important. How to set the question paper is also very important. Don't make them fail. The purpose of setting question paper is not to make them fail. Question of setting a question paper is whether they understood the concept or not. Ask them to do, show them some experimentation, give them some case study, come up with a solution tomorrow, not today. So in the beginning, it may be challenging, but once you start practicing it, it becomes a habit. It becomes a habit. We need to take that risk as teachers and do it. Invigilation is curse to the education in this country. The first curse. Because throughout graduation, whenever nobody is watching, he cheated. When he will join some company and when he will join some government job, when nobody is watching, what he will do? He will cheat. He will cheat the country because the education taught him that. So that is what some simple changes, at least a few of you, try in your classrooms. Help them, help your students to, at least write 50% on their own. No invigilation. Set the question paper in such a way that in a group they will sit and discuss and solve it. Evaluate the whole group. Can you do it? Can we change ourselves, the evaluation mechanisms? When it is possible, no? Then only we say that we are helping our students to improve their cognitive skills. That's not happening. We think that it is impossible. Why we think it is impossible? Because last 170 years we have done it and we know that it is impossible. Try some simple experiment in your classrooms. Your classrooms will be a wonderful place. In the beginning, students may not like it, but over a period, take them into confidence. Don't cut the marks. Cutting mark is not a solution at all. I always say that, who am I to label A, B, C, D? It's a God gift. Help them to do better. Help them to do better. Take their confidence, then only it is possible. But when we say that, I have to, because in the university, I do not know how here it is. In the university, whenever we, grade a student, we want a Gaussian curve. Are you aware? We want a Gaussian curve. The relative grading, we want a Gaussian curve. That means what? Before evaluation, you want a Gaussian curve. Is it correct? That is the question what we need to ask. Right now, if the Gaussian curve is not there, my HOD will ask, this distribution is not correct. If everybody gets A+, that is also difficult. If everybody gets F, that is also difficult. Then the ultimate idea is we are trying to fix all into one template, that is Gaussian curve, which is not correct. Which is not correct. So these are some simple changes. Whatever possible in your class, in your department, and you are flexible, you are empowered, you do it. If you are not empowered, you cannot do anything. But these are serious changes. Can you just rethink on it, right? So faculty autonomy and institution autonomy. Institution autonomy, it is by the government. Faculty autonomy is by the institution. Can you rework, discuss these things in your BOS and come up with something which is really holistic in nature, which you will be able to prove that, yes, this is the best practice what we are doing. What are the best practices we can do it? How I can eliminate this 3-hour examination for every subject. There is a yoga and you want students to write a 3-hour examination about that. And based on that, you evaluate and you will give the mark. Whether he knows how to perform or not, God only knows. So some theory can be removed, some theory need not be removed, but how to do it? Experiential learning is the only way, even for the language. Even for the language. Make it happen in your classrooms. Curriculum revamping and freedom. Update, reduce the classroom learning and make more experiential learning. I don't know how frequently you update your curriculum. Different institutions may have a different timeline, right? But whenever you have a chance to update the curriculum, the very first thing what you need to check is, how relevant is my curriculum globally? Double quotes. Because you are creating global citizens. If your curriculum is not global, then it doesn't have any role. Curriculum has to be global curriculum. What do you mean by global curriculum? Take some case studies which is not related to your country, but that may be interesting to your students. And you discuss that. So make the curriculum relevant. The whole policy says that the core has to be there, remaining has to be by experiential learning. Everything should not be taught in the classroom. You must allow them to learn on their own and demonstrate and experiment and whatever exercise you want. But if you say that it is a 4 credit hours and 48 hours they have to teach, and all 48 hours the faculty will do blah, 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 and here I am teaching and some faculties are sleeping. And you want your students to be alive in your classrooms. Correct, no? How it is possible? Am I right or wrong? So we need to find out that how my student can take interest in my subject. For example, a commerce student. He do not know how to take a DD, a simple thing. He do not know how to write a check. He do not know what is the meaning of debit and credit in real time. But if you ask the definition, he will give the definition. So can you take your student out of your classrooms? That is what is called as experiential learning. And this policy speaks a lot about vocational education. Vocational education, I will speak about that a little later, right? Vocational education has to be integrated in everything now. We have kept it separate. Discrimination to the maximum level. We have done it, but we are not supposed to do that. Vocational education means experiential learning, which starts from 6th standard as per the NEP 2020. Okay, so please bring those experiential component in your curriculum. Don't expect teacher to teach all 48 hours. In 1 hour classroom also, if you can possible, divide it into 3, 20, 20, 20. Don't expect a teacher to teach 1 hour completely because students will not learn. Anybody's attention span is 20 minutes. And now I am already speaking for last 1 hour now. Right? Anybody's attention span is 20 minutes. And after 20 minutes, if Bhagavan is coming and speaking also, nobody will listen. But I am confidently speaking. Right? In the classroom also, every 20 minutes, we need to give break. That break has to give energy to students. Monotonous teaching will never help. You put experiments, you put discussion, you do whatever you want. Don't go out of the classrooms, but make classroom a fun class. Fun class. Fun means what? They make fun of teachers. That is not the fun class. Right? They should feel good. They should wait for your class. In the beginning, it is difficult, but once we start doing some simple changes, now you will see wonders. Wonders. But we have to ask ourselves. Some teachers I have seen, they keep the notes like anything, just like house document, how safely we keep, Similarly, they keep their own notes because they want it till retirement. I had one good friend. I had one best friend. I could not do what he has done it. Every class, he used to prepare a notes. Immediately after, he will keep it in the pocket. He will never open. He will go to class. And immediately once he is back to the cabin, we used to share cabin. He is back to the cabin, he will take out that paper and tear it and put it to dustbin. Every class. And he took same subject for more than 10 years. But every time what he did, he wrote, he kept it in the paper. He will never open it. But he will come back and throw it to the dustbin. I asked him, what is this you are doing? You have to prepare next time. I want to prepare next time. That is an extreme case. But imagine some teachers who never change their notes. They are hesitant to take different subject also. Correct, no? Senior means same subject he want. Right? So that is the culture what we are doing because we are not adaptive, we are not learning. And we want to do great things. How come it is possible? Unless and until I change. Right? So curriculum revamping, we need to take very seriously. And curriculum revamping, because in some of the government universities I am seeing, author himself sits in the board of studies. Author himself sits in the board of studies and the author's book itself is the main reference. He will never put any best authors, the globally available authors. Most of the times we put reference and the textbook. Please don't put textbook in the syllabus. Textbook means what? As it is, you teach. Reference means what? Just refer it. You can teach in any way, whatever you want. So that is the mechanism what we need to do. And the best book, without any hesitation, you have to put. The latest edition you need to put. Latest edition, latest changes. But otherwise it's of no use. And we need to be very strict about all those curriculum implementation in the classroom. Otherwise we are teaching something which is obsolete for past 20 years. Right? So in computer science, we are seeing the changes like anything. Because I taught around 22 subjects till now. 25 years of experience. Because we need to change. Otherwise, you are not there. So learn something which makes you, interesting. But otherwise, same teaching. I am teaching about this NEP for now 45 plus workshops. But everywhere I go, I learn a lot from people. So I want curriculum has to be taken very seriously. It should not be a religious process. Some institution, some university, curriculum revamping is a religious process. Why do I call it so? Every 4 years you need to change. What are you changing? You see that? What are the changes you have made after 4 years or after 8 years? You need to be very, very careful. Substantial changes has to be done. In some courses, for example, MBBS, you don't have control on it. Correct? NMC dictates what is to be taught. You don't have option. But on top of that, you can teach something else. But other courses, please look for substantial changes in the curriculum. Otherwise, it's of no use. Internationalization of the curriculum is important. So what is the global relevance of my curriculum that you need to see? And there is a National Research Foundation, just like, National Science Foundation of US. So it's same as that, because most of the things, it is borrowed from US. Okay? Why borrowed? Because we always very happy that, whatever happening in US education space is correct. Need not be, but we accept it like that, right? But most of the things are taken as it is, and one of that is National Research Foundation, but there it is National Science Foundation. So every funding will happen through this. Light but the tight regulations. Okay, what is regulator? Regulator should not come to institution according to the policy. There is no physical visit at all. Everything need to be made public on the website, and student, parents, public and teachers are the stakeholders. The institution has to disclose everything on the website of the institution, and also same information has to be put on the regulator's website. Anybody who wants to check, it is allowed to check. Based on that, based on feedback, it has to be checked. Because the committee felt that whenever there is a team visiting the institution, there may be something which may go wrong. So the policy says, henceforth, there is no visit, physical visit. That may happen later, stage by stage, but the policy says that there is no physical visit, and hence it is called as, it is light, but at the same time it is tight, right? Increased access, equity, inclusion through scholarship, online, ODL, and infra and learning. I don't want to talk about this, because that is the reason I made a different color, but these are the content of this chapter, okay? The next one is institutional restructuring and consolidation. This is the other chapter. Please tell me if I need to give a break. Lunchtime I can break. Because I am getting different signals, sir. As a teacher, I get a lot of signals, whether my students are listening or not listening. Huh? What is the time? Fine. See, when I don't want to give really break here. I talked about break, people are happy. Because they know that, okay, this guy is understanding our problems. Because talking is easy, sitting is difficult, especially for teachers. Correct, no? I fully understand, because if I am sitting, listening is challenging. Okay, no doubt about it, but you guys are trying your best to help me. Thank you. Right? So, as per our Honorable Vice Chancellor has already mentioned about 3 kinds of universities. Okay? I hope you are one among the top, and you want to be a research intensive university, if I am right. Right? So you are already focusing on that, and you want to be research intensive university. There are 3 things what is discussed. 80% research focus, 20% teaching focus, then you can call it as a research intensive university. 80% teaching, 20% research, then it is teaching university. It is not exactly 80-20, the major component. Okay, what do you want to be? You want to call yourself as a research university or a teaching university? You need to decide that. And the third one is the autonomous degree granting colleges. The whole system is, policy says that, I will give you the statistics little later, there should not be any institution which are affiliated to any university. Everybody should graduate themselves over a period of next 10 to 15 years such that they are eligible to give their own degree. If not, they have to phase out. They have to close their business. If not, there is no affiliation. They have to phase out. So as of today, there is around 1,000 universities. The policy says that there should be only 15,000 universities. Why? Because there are 45,000 colleges. Those 45,000 colleges has to be converted into a 15,000 university. This is a rough number, what is said in the policy. What does it imply? Every institution either has to become multidisciplinary or join with somebody so that your institution becomes multidisciplinary, and you graduate yourself, you reach certain level. There is an accreditation, okay? And you will reach certain level so that once you reach that level, you are allowed to give your own degree. Those are degree granting colleges, degree granting institutions. Now also you know that there are degree granting institutions in this country, right? They are not university, but they are allowed to grant their degree. So these are central universities, and they are allowed to, not universities, they are central institutions, they are allowed to give their own degree. But here there are three kinds, and I am sure Vinayaka Mission is the research university where the more focus is on research. The ODL programs and online program is to increase the GER. How to make 26% to 50% in 2035? The policy says that more and more online courses has to be increased. And therefore, this policy says every university can start their online program. Online program not only for outside the university student, it is for your own student also, they can take your online courses. So ODL program has to be increased so that gross enrollment ratio can be increased to 50 by 2035. Integration of online courses in the curricula, which I said already, please allow your students to take at least 1 or 2 courses in a semester from online. It will reduce your workload. At the same time, it will help them to learn on their own. Because adaptive learning is one thing which is very important skill for next generation. The changes are happening rapidly, and if they do not know how to learn on their own, then it is difficult. So adaptive learning, if you want to teach your students, you please allow them to take it. There may be a possibility that you want to consider it as an audit course, if not a credit course. You can make it as an audit course. I hope you know that, right? So audit course means that they have to complete the course, but credit will not be taken for the degree completion. It is mandatory that they have to complete that course. That is audit course. Audit course need not be a credit course. If it is a credit course, it is always good. Sometimes what happens, online, but you don't want to take that credit. Why? If you take into credit, you need to take that credit to calculate the GPA also. When you use that credit to calculate the GPA, some of the online courses now, everybody gets, out marks, right? So I don't know how many of you have that experience. We suffered in Manipal. It's very difficult that every student who is an average or a below average student also getting full marks in online courses. So then what is done is audit course. Audit means complete the course, but the credit will not be given, and also that will not be used for computing the GPA. But help your students to learn what they want to learn, make it mandatory in your curriculum as an audit course. And audit course can be taken anytime. During their vacation also they can take. You can say that these are the 2 audit course you need to complete in 1 year. You can define it, but choose what you want your students to learn. So single stream higher education will be phased out. Every institution has to be multidisciplinary. Affiliated colleges system has to be phased out. Either you join with someone or you close your business. So that is what the policy says. All higher education institution by 2030 becomes multidisciplinary. It should become multidisciplinary. Affiliating technical deemed university will be removed. Because now you see there are so many things, state private university, central university, deemed university, university. The policy is very vocal that there is only one word, that is university. So that there is no confusion. Because otherwise, especially when foreign delegation visits, they are confused. What is deemed, right? What is state private? What is university? They are confused. But why this difference is created, there may be a different reason. But the policy says that everybody should be called as university. That's all. Right? So gross enrollment ratio 50% by 2035. Right. So this is the slide and I will stop here. Okay. Now the question here is, you might have heard that henceforth the bachelor degree will be given as what? You don't want arts, science, commerce, engineering, something like that. The policy says that you give him a very broad-based education. Very broad-based education. I hope you know, some of you may be aware, in US, it's a 4-year bachelor program. The first 2 years is basically a foundations. It's a generic foundation, not only the major, what you are going to get. It's a generic foundation. And that is the reason in US, from associate degree, they have a community colleges, okay? From the community colleges, they do only 2 years. And it is equivalent to our vocational degree, where they are going to learn a generic component, 2 years, and then they come to main university for third year and fourth year. They can do their first 2 years in university and complete all 4 years in university, or they are allowed to come through community colleges all to the main university. So what is that first 2 years? It's a very generic foundation. That is the reason, you know that in school education also there are 4 parts. Hope you are aware, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So this number is known to everybody, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, rather than 10 plus 2. The last 4 years is a secondary education, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. There also the policy says, because as of now, 11th, 12th, we divide them as science, commerce, arts, but the policy says no division such. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th should be given as a broad. Once that happens, obviously the first 2 years of degree has to be generic. And the policy says that there should not be BA, BCom, BSc, BTech. It says that it is a bachelor degree. What kind of bachelor degree? The discussion is going on. The bachelor degree may be bachelor of, liberal arts and science. What is this liberal things? Liberal education inculcates what? Because, when we talk about liberal arts, we should not think it as arts. Okay? Liberal arts and science means this. What is that? Broad knowledge of multiple disciplines, in-depth study of chosen discipline. Both are important. You need a broad idea. The first 2 years, the remaining 2 years, you are going to be specialized in your major, whatever you are doing. The third one is interdisciplinary learning. Differential approach to the learning, transferable skill set, ability to apply knowledge to practical real-world situation, connecting the dots through various mental models, habits of self-reflection, contextual learning, freedom of the mind, lifelong learning. That itself is called as liberal education. This policy says that don't compartmentalize. You are arts, you are commerce, you are science. And always arts is viewed very low. Science means they are superior. Correct, no? I will ask one question and I will stop this session. A student, please, this is a question for all of you. A 10th grade student with 90% marks, he will approach you. What should I do? What's your answer? Don't give me biased answer. Give me a sincere answer. What you will say? Okay. Okay, Pana. Okay. Okay. Fine. Any other answer? Okay. Very good. Okay. Okay. You guys are answering very serious answers during lunchtime also. In general, I am not telling about, there may be extraordinary educators here. I am not talking about them. But in general, 90% and above means science. In general, I am not talking about extraordinary educators who are sitting here. Yes or no? 90% and above means science. Okay. 70. Yeah. That is why I said there are fantastic educators here. That is the reason I am generalizing it. Thank you. At least I am very happy that many of you started interacting. That's fantastic. Okay. Interaction and intellectual debate should be part of every classrooms. Intellectual debate has to happen in the classroom. In general, what happens is a general idea. 90% above means science. 75% above means commerce. And 65 and above means arts. And below that means you do ITI, job-oriented courses. This is the template what we have created in the society. Without understanding what students really wants to do, without understanding how student got 90%, whether he mugged up or he has understood the subject. Because, one of my cousin's daughter finished her 12th grade. She got 96% in maths. I said, wow, super, you must pursue engineering. She said, I don't want to do engineering. Okay, her father is just a security guard. My brother, my cousin brother. I asked him, why you don't want to do it? Don't tell my papa, I mugged up everything and I got 96 in marks in maths. Imagine, I said, what a power you have, I can't remember anything, unfortunately. That's my problem. But when she can remember mathematics and 96%. The reason is, imagine the capacity of that girl. She would have done really well in a different field rather than pushing her to engineering. Now the question here is, we never question how that child got the mark. And we send them to coaching classes to get the marks. Because now it is a rat race. The question here is whether we are allowing our students to think. No. Whether we are thinking. No. Whether we are allowed to think. No. These are the questions what we need to ask. And some DX changes in a class, semester by semester, I'm sure over a period of 5-10 years, we can change what we want to see the change. Only change is possible if we accept and try on that direction. Okay? Thank you very much. I will stop here. We will meet in the afternoon. Hope you have enjoyed my session and you will return. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll break for lunch and gather here back again by 2 p.m. Thank you. Mahe to take over the academic session for the afternoon. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes. Who is great? A teacher or a mother? Who is great? Teacher or a mother? This is the question what is asked in the classroom. Huh? So you know the story. So the reason, then teacher, he immediately said, who is great? It is a teacher who is great, not the mother. Why? Mother finds it very difficult that, at home to make her child sleep. But a teacher can do it in his classroom very easily. Correct, no? Why I am telling this post-lunch, you tell me? Why I am telling this post-lunch? You had good lunch? Obviously, post-lunch, keeping you, awake is a challenge. Correct? Yes or no? At least you say yes. That means you are all listening to me. It is a challenge, right? But we are on tight schedule. We need to complete it. If you have any questions, I am open. 1 or 2 questions I will take and then I will start. Any questions? Please give the mic if there is any question. Let's ask 1 or 2 questions. Let's see. Whatever we have discussed, Not to sir. Don't give it to sir. No, not to you. Because we already had long discussion now.
Interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, your confusion among us. And of course, along with that, I have some other two also.
Huh. What is the other question?
Challenges of, you were telling about adding values with the other courses, right? So now, as per some of the medical people, we have an hours to be, compulsorily to follow. So beyond that, you said online can be made, or maybe the lecture hours can be made. Now, after that, once they write the exam, how do we give that transcript or separate mark list? How is it being represented for the student for the future? Because these are all some of the doubts and challenges we have. Even at the university level, we were discussing with the controller. So how do we
NMC
showcase?
guideline as of now is final. Nobody can question it.
Yes.
And their evaluation, their curriculum only, you need to do it. There is no options available for medical education. But on top of that, please sit down, sir, please. On top of that, what I said is, the best practices, how your medical college is unique compared to other, the additional things can be done. NMC will say that what is to be done, minimum. NMC says that you have to complete the curriculum, you are not supposed to have your own curriculum. NMC says how to evaluate. You need to evaluate in the same way. But on top of that, can you bring something else? For example, okay, I will give you one of the practices what is adopted in Manipal. Just an example, because from our medical school. We give full sponsorship for our students to go as an observer to other country for 1 month. Because 1 month observership is allowed as per NMC anywhere. So we use that option and we send our students to other countries. It's a few fellowships. I consider that is one of the additional things which NMC does not mandate. But as a university, we take pride. As a students, they are willing to venture into it. This is one best practices what we can say. And also volunteering options which can be done. So that is available. Similarly, whatever is interested to be a doctor, for example, if some doctors, they want to learn the ethics, they may be given that support. Because that is one thing which is very important. Some doctors may want to study a philosophy to be a good doctor. He may be an expert in a particular domain. To be a good human being also along with the doctor, a philosophy may be one of the interesting course which he wants to do. Ultimately, that can be offered as a course from the college and certificate can be given. Certificate can be given. Not a credit, or it won't add anything to his value. But certificate, additional things can be given. So that is a possibilities. And the best practices, whatever NMC says is a minimum. On top of that, what you can do, for example, your clinical bedside activities, whatever bedside activity or the bedside teaching, what you do, how exactly unique teaching you do, that is can be, because this is all up to a department, a particular department may do a certain activity in a different way. NMC says minimum, that everybody have to follow. On top of that, what is possibilities? You can't. You can't. As per the NMC guideline, you can't. You can give additional certificates. But in Manipal, what we do is we always give that as a certificate. We give that as a recommendation letter stating that he has worked with me for this, so and so. So that usually they use it for their higher studies also. And some people, they are happy with that, But if you are talking only about practicing in India, then it may not be directly useful. But if he is looking for a US, continuing education in US, obviously these are additional things which they really require. Because otherwise just the degree will not help them. Because US usually measures in a different way. They want that individual has to be a holistic, not only expert in one particular domain. Even any other undergraduate program in US, basically they don't just see a SAT score. They see many components in a student, including the letter of motivation, what he want to do, and volunteerism, what he has, leadership quality, what he has, whatever may be the major he want to pursue. So those possibilities are there. Okay, any other questions?
Yes, sir. I have a question. Like you were talking about the things to do, and one of the things to do was to bring in some very unique courses or the new courses which is in the market. Now, when we bring interdisciplinary courses like that, and when a student studies it, I know a student who's been affected. I know a friend also who's been affected because of a new course which she took, and then she was not given a government job. So when they go in for the government job, they have some regulations and policies wherein only the old traditional courses are mentioned there for a job. So how do we do about it? Will the policies and the government also change when such things are initiated?
Madam, you are talking two things here. Please sit down, madam. The government jobs eligibility requirement and what we are delivering. So whenever you are looking for a state-of-the-art courses, then obviously you should not look for job opportunities in the government, because government takes at least 10 years to understand what they want, and they will put the job requirement or eligibility. It takes time. So whenever you are taking advanced courses, obviously your destination is something else. You are looking for something else. If you are only looking for government job, you need to check the eligibility before you start the course and do only that what government wants. And when the government changes, no idea. And each government is different. Each political party, whenever they are in power, they do different things. But now what we are talking here is, even I was discussing with professor. He said employment is very important. I said yes. But education is not only for employment. That was the argument what we had. Education is for fulfillment of life, to learn, to understand, to evolve. This is the education purpose. Getting job, based on education, it will happen. If you are well educated, that means you are qualified plus so and so. So qualification fetches you employment, but education fetches you something else along with employment. So similarly, one who is looking for a government employment only, then they have to see what is allowed, what is eligible, and do only that. And government will not change so fast. You know that. It takes time. And any new thing to be adopted, it takes time.
Sir.
Government, madam, it depends. I told you, simple example is my state. Proudly they implemented NEP, and they wanted to show that we are the first one in the country to implement, and they did it. And one of the election commitment from the current government was, we will scrap NEP without knowing what is NEP. So we say that don't implement NEP, but do all these things. I never say that you implement NEP, reject NEP completely, but do all these things. Because this is important. I don't want NEP. I want these things to be implemented. That's all. So whoever wants to reject, you talk about the topic, what you want, what you don't want. Don't talk about NEP. If you are, for example, in Tamil Nadu also, I know that the government is not far for NEP implementation. I am well aware of it. Right? What is the reason for it? Except a political reason. There is no other reason. I was into debate on TV shows so many times. 1 second, sir, 1 second. Please don't interrupt. I will give you a chance. Okay. And I have debated on so many places. The question here is, if you are opposing something, you tell me what is that you are opposing. If you are opposing, you don't implement that. Remaining you can implement, no? Right? Whatever you don't. For example, in Tamil Nadu, Hindi we don't want to implement. Perfect. Perfect. Nothing wrong in it. It is absolutely right, because education is a state's subject. You please note that. It is not a central subject. Okay. And what is NEP according to the central government? It is a framework. It is not guideline. What is framework and what is guideline? Framework says that this is the framework. Whatever you want to do, you do it. Guideline means what? You are supposed to do it. Are you getting my point? You take a photo frame. You take a photo frame. What photo you will put inside, nobody will dictate you that. You can put whichever photo you want to put, you put it. But it is a frame. But what are the conditions? This is the dimension. If your photo is bigger than the framework, you can't insert it. So framework means that. Guidelines means inserting a photo. Whose photo you want to insert in the framework? It's up to you. If any state, for example, for the matter of Tamil Nadu government, wants to do it, let them not implement NEP, but these are the good practices. In the good interest of their own students, they have to do it. As a educators, what I want, you have any issues, 1, 2, 3, according to your state's agreed things, you don't want to do it, perfect. It's a state subject, nothing wrong in it. But what is good to my student, I know it is very good to my student, and still I am not willing to do it, then you are not doing justice to your citizens. That's all. It is not a question of political debate, it is a question of what we want in higher education. That we need to understand very well. Sir, you have questions?
The national education policy allows the students to read somewhere, anywhere of India, sir. But suppose one student in Tamil Nadu, their family is migrating to some other north side of the India. Then after completing the first year, he gets the certificate. Then after going to the northern states, there the language problem and the cultural problem. And what about the adaptability of the students, sir?
You are talking about somebody, for example, they complete 1 year here,
Yes, sir.
and they go and join some university for the second year somewhere else in the north.
Yes, sir.
Correct, no? As per the framework, it is allowed. But it is up to the institution, wherever they want him to admit for the second year, to recognize the credit earned and allow. No mandatory things.
There may be chances for the dropouts, sir.
Chances for?
Dropout.
Chances are there. Chances are there. Dropout has to be reduced. Purpose of the whole policy is that dropout has to be reduced, but the dropout can't stop. Imagine a situation that tomorrow Vinayaka machine 1 year he will complete here and he will go to some university in Uttar Pradesh. Just an example. If that university says that I will not recognize your credits, it is state, nor on the students, nor on the institution. There is no force at all. It is a structure given for efficient transfer. Even today I am talking about academic bank of credit and transferring the credit, earning credit from some other institution and accepting. But there also the condition is the awarding institution will award the credit. It is up to the host institute whether to accept or not accept. If I say that according to my rule I will not these accept my credit, then you are not allowed to accept. NEP will never dictate institution that no, he earned credit from a recognized institution, you accept it. No, it won't say that. So that flexibility is given to the institution again. Sir, am I clear?
Flexibility is given to the institution, sir. As I am from United Missions Arts and Science College, sir, we have already introduced the LOCF. In that, commerce students, we have given the opportunity of going for internship and everything, sir. After completing the course, if he is not joining in the job and everything, our introduction of that course itself becomes a failure, sir. What should be the reason? How we have to coming forward from that?
Sir, you are talking about a course
Yes, sir.
which you
BCom
started
course.
as a new, please sit down, sir, please sit down. Which you started as a new course, but there is no job market.
If it is there, if there is no opportunity in the job
That's what,
market,
there is no job market.
yes.
So then why that course is started? That is the basic question what we ask.
Only with the prediction that if we are giving the internship in the auditing and everything, sir, they will go and they will get at least the minimum work, that is GST filing, like that.
I have not understood your question fully, sir. I will take that question after the session. I will take that off stage. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, in the National Policy of Education, amendment in 2012, it always focused on accessible education, inclusive education, which includes equity for all religions, cultures, even categories, including the persons with disabilities. Whereas in 2020, this new educational policy is focused on skillful educations, vocational educations. Can you highlight in this?
No. Sorry, I'm sorry. You know, skill I agree. That is whatever you said is there. But there is a separate section for socially, economically disadvantaged group. Socially, economically disadvantaged group. SEDGs. It is given complete, priority and the weightage. And everywhere, whenever they are speaking about equity, one of the important thing what they speak is SEDGS. So it is not removed at all. I can show you 101 place where it is referred.
And sir, in one of the slide you have that the benefited got by the SC the 8.6%, ST 5.6%, and OBC is 36%. But there you have not mentioned about the PWDs, how much they have.
Whatever statistics is available on that
2000
ICE report, I just posted it. Sir.
2018 is that.
Yeah. I just posted it, that's all.
Yeah.
I have not done it anything intentionally. I do not know.
No, I just.
Yeah.
just
Thanks that you have identified that it is missing. I will try to add it.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, sir. In terms, this is a national policy of education. You always talked about the credit transfers, lateral entry, so that the.
I will talk about that little later, sir. Give me chance and then I will take your questions.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Right? Last question.
Yes, sir. Okay. Actually, you are telling that is log out from Macaulay education system and we have to log into the NEP. Okay. So, until unless the perception of the regulating bodies, of educational regulation bodies, it was not changed, how it can be accessed, one thing. And second thing, to change this perception of the regulatory bodies, without the support of the government, because government only is the ultimate. Without the support of the government, how we can achieve the things?
True.
These two things.
I agree with you. It is whether chicken is first or egg is first. That is the question. Which one is first? You got the point? Absolutely. You are right. I am with you for this. But which is first, whether chicken or egg? So what is my suggestion is, as a teacher, what I can do, what I am empowered to do. I told you in my previous session also, whatever you are empowered to do, you do it. If you are not empowered, you don't worry about that. What government has to do, government will do. If they don't do, we can't do anything. If the regulator has to do, the regulator has to do. But as a teacher, what I can do? As a HOD, what I can do? As a HOI, what I can do? I'm empowered to do, you do it. I fully agree. Unless and until the government says, nothing can be done. For example, in Tamil Nadu, if the government, because education is a state subject, the Tamil Nadu government says, I will not allow this multiple entry, multiple exit. Don't allow. Whoever wants to exit, they will exit.
Because
whoever want to exit, they will exit. Correct, no?
Yes.
So it is up to the government to take a decision, because government have their own rationales for taking any decisions. It is up to them. Today we are sitting here in the university and we have different roles. Teacher, HODs, HOIs, correct, no? So what is possible and what is best for us, what is important for our students, we need to decide and go ahead with that. You want to call it as NEP implementation, you call. Somebody may say that, no, I don't want to call it as NEP. Don't call, but do these things. The reason why I am saying that is, people are looking from a political angle. Let us not look at it. From the government side, central government is doing one thing, the state government are doing different things. If the state and central are double engine, then they do it in a different way. If the engines are different, then they pull it in a different way. But as a teacher, what I want, as a teacher, what my students want, I need to take care of that. As a university, how I can be very progressive? Or do I want to be one of the government university? If tomorrow, if you behave like a government university, do you think you will survive? You will not survive. The private university has to be competitive. Private university has the flexibility to experiment, and we need to do that. Because if I do well, then only I will get admission. If I get admission, then only I will get my tuition fees and I can run the show. Otherwise, I cannot. But for public universities, the situations are a little different. We have to compete. So that is the reason, you are sitting here, you are discussing what I can do. Let us start thinking about what I can do with the empowerment what is given to me by this university. Rather than keeping everything open and discussing, then it will be egg or chicken. Which one is first, we will discuss till 5 o'clock, then you will give me vote of thanks and I have to go. Now the question here is, this is the limited time, these are the limited goals. What is possible here? Next 6 months, next 1 year or next 5 years, where we want to go. That you have to decide and discuss, right? So thank you very much. At least, you know, this question and answer session is not monotonous, right? No, otherwise it's difficult. Thank you very much for all the people who raised the questions, right? So this slide I was showing, please try to understand what is liberal education, right? So basically it won't talk anything about any domain here, but as a teacher, if you look at this, everything is required for every domain. Ultimately, it is a holistic development of an individual. If you want a holistic development, then you need to focus that. So come out of rote learning, try to create an individual who is holistic, very important for the country, right? And also, now people are talking about employability and qualification. Please note, you create an individual in such a way that the employer will automatically accept it. Why? Because he acquired all the skills, whatever is required for the employment opportunity. Why there is a gap now from what employer wants and what educational institutions are producing? Because of rote learning. Because of some of the major problems, what we know, we are also part of the system. What we know, but we don't want to come out of that because we are comfortable with that. And you know, Newton's first law, I think, it says, unless and until you apply the force, you can't change the direction. Now, if you want to change, you need to apply force. What kind of force we are going to apply? Whatever is comfortable to apply, or what is important we need to apply, we need to do it. We have to do it. That is the only way left, especially private university has to be competitive. Otherwise, surviving is really, really difficult. Okay? Even in Manipal, we know that. Because see, in the recent NIRF rank, we got 6th position. Last year, we got 7th. But my management is not happy. They says that this year the target was below 5. Imagine, the stress is there. So it will not end because that is how they want to compete. Obviously, we all have to do better. So now let us discuss what is liberal education. The whole policy talks about liberal education. Okay? So focus on liberal arts, broad-based education, a universal education, that is nothing but liberal arts. I was saying that the initial first 2 years of the bachelor degree is for a generic studies so that a student can have options and multiple exit. Today morning also, Vice Chancellor Sir was mentioning that, if somebody exits with a certificate, who cares? One of my friend asked me that, when people are having the graduation certificate, they don't have job. If you give 1 year certificate, who will give the job? This is the question, what is asked. Who said that you are getting certificate for the job? Without that also, people are quitting, People are quitting degrees, right? But now they are quitting without anything in hand. After 1 year, if a student is not in a position to continue due to any reason, he is quitting. He will not look for your certificate or the degree because he is not in a position to continue, he will quit. This system says that anyway he has completed 1 year, give him a certificate so that he can come back and he can continue his studies in future. But how long it is valid? How long it is valid? In Academic Bank of Credit, it is made very clear that it is maximum 7 years according to ABC, but according to the institution, it is up to the institution to decide. That means institution cannot say 10 years. Institution can say that, come back within 3 years, come back within 2 years, but ABC says maximum 7 years. That means he is allowed to continue the course. Now the question here is transferring from one university to other university. With 1 year he will do here, the next year he will go to the second university. Obviously the university, receiving university will decide, no? For example, if from Vinayaka Mission University, if somebody wants to go to JNU, let us take an example, JNU. They will say that I am here, Vinayaka Mission is here. I will not entertain. Whether the government or anybody have any right to say that you accept he has completed the course? No. Imagine the reverse way. If a JNU student wants to come and join your course in the second year, what you will do usually? You may say that, oh, he's come from a good university, I will allow him to admit. Whether somebody can stop you from admitting? No. So it shows that it is a framework. It helps you to transfer, but accepting or not accepting is up to the institution. That flexibility is still with the institution. Framework will not say anything mandatory. It simply says there is a possibility of transferring. But if two players are not equal, if I don't consider your credit, I will not respect your credit. Nothing can be done. So it only helps you. You are going empty hand. Rather than that, you are going with a certificate. And at the same time, if you want to continue, you can re-enter. Therefore, it is exit and entry. Multiple entry, multiple exit. Okay? And once there is a news that the all degree will be 4 year, not necessary. You can quit after 1 year, after 2 year, after 3 year. If you want to quit after 3 year, you can quit with a bachelor degree. If you want to continue 1 more year, then you will get an honors degree. Therefore, a 4-year degree is an honors degree. Are you getting my point? So that is the meaning of 3 to 4 year multiple entry, multiple exit. Now, as a Vinayaka Mission University, if somebody joins your course and if they are leaving the course, from your university you can say that yes, he earned these credits. See, now also what we are doing, we are giving marks card, yes or no? We are giving marks card. Marks card means what? These are the subject, these are the credits, this is the GPA. Along with that, you are giving one more certificate saying that it is a certificate. Why? He completed 1 year. After 2 years, diploma. After 3 year, degree. After 4 year, honors. It is up to the university to decide. And nothing stops you from giving the degree because you are respecting your credit. You are respecting your student who has shown interest and joined with you. It is up to him how he wants to use it. Similarly, henceforth, all these credit will go and sit in academic bank of credit in a student's account. In a student's account. So if that student wants to use it and if somebody wants to receive it, it is flexible. If they don't want to receive, then nothing can be done. Since it is available in his academic bank of credit, it is his credit. 7 years it is valid. He can use wherever he want to transfer. Academic bank of credit is made for that, transferring credit from one place to other place. Right. So I'm going to talk about that little later. Okay. Post coffee. You are offering tea or coffee, right? No, sir? There is a break? Oh, at the end. I thought in between if you give, then it is always energy drink. Right? The next one. 1 year or 2 year master's program. Master's program can be 1 year or 2 year. Okay. Why? If you are done 4 year bachelor, you can do 1 year master. If you are done 3 year bachelor, you can do 2 years. There is no difference between the current system and this one. But a 4 year bachelor degree with a research, purely research component in the 4th year, he is allowed to continue PhD. Please note, 4th year should be completely research oriented 4th year. Whenever you are giving honors, it is not necessary that you need to be completely reserved for research. There is a statement which says that the 4th year can be experiential learning. For example, your BCom student, he will go and do something in industry. And that 1 year he will learn by experience. That you can give it as consider and give it as a honors. But it is not research. He is not allowed to continue for PhD. If a 4th year is a research component, a substantial component for the research with a suitable publications, with a research methodology as a subject, then only he can continue PhD. Otherwise, he has to do 1 year master and then do PhD. Please note that fine difference which is there. People are interpreting 4-year 4-year bachelor degree, directly continue PhD. No. 4-year bachelor degree, 4th year should be fully research-based work. Then only they are allowed to continue for master's degree. That is what is the clarity, right? Fine. Now the question here is, there are some public universities, they asked me, then what is the use of master degree? People started asking it, correct? MPhil is completely removed, correct? Hope you are aware, MPhil is removed, right? So integrated programs, now it talks about integrated program. What is integrated? This multiple entry, multiple exit gives you that option. After 3 years, you are continuing 4th year. That is you can consider it as a 1 year master, or you can consider it as a honor, or you can do 2 years, then it is a master, but you are exiting after master. If you want to exit after PhD, that is also allowed, because now there are integrated PhD. I don't know how many of you heard about it. Integrated PhD. That means masters and PhD together. Advantage is what? Masters and PhD together, because first year of masters they will do coursework, second year of masters they will do basic research, and they do research methodology and some related to research they take coursework, so that in a first year of PhD they need not do any coursework, because that coursework component is already covered in the masters. Why? Because it is integrated PhD. So student can give 3 years completely to research rather than doing coursework. That is allowed as per the UGC. But it is an integrated one, where the sufficient credit is earned required for the PhD during his master's course. It is possible if and only if it is an integrated PhD. So that is how the integrated things are defined. Then Meru, Meru is multidisciplinary education and research university. Here you are lucky, Tamil Nadu, because there are sufficient number of institutions and very good universities, right? Tamil Nadu is one of the best place for education. That is the advantage. But if you go to some states, it's really difficult, really difficult. So the policy says, US have universities like Ivy League universities. That means a huge university where multidisciplinary courses and the research is possible. That is Ivy League. And Meru, every district in India should have at least one Meru. That is the mandate given in the policy. One Meru. It is not there. Here in one district there may be 3 universities, 4 universities in Tamil Nadu. But in all other states, there are so many districts where there is no university at all. So it says that there should be a Meru in each university. Department for Multidisciplinary Education. This 2-year B.Ed program has to be closed by 2030, according to the policy. Okay. If a state government says, I don't care, then nobody can stop them. But the policy says that, 2030 is the last. After that, there should not be any 2-year B.Ed program. What is this? A B.Ed has to be learnt as one of the major in the main university, as a dual course. What do you mean by dual course? Dual major. A student can join a bachelor program with 2 major. For example, chemistry as one major, education as the other major. So he will do 2 major, okay, and he will get dual degree. He will get bachelor's in chemistry also and bachelor's in education also. So total is 4 years. Now what is happening? 3-year bachelor degree, 2-year B.Ed, total 5 years. Instead of that, the policy speaks only 4 years. Dual major is the option. 2030 onwards, everything should be in the multidisciplinary university. Education should be one of the department in the university. Then, make it mandatory. That is my suggestion for Vinayaka Mission University. Every student should do internship. What is internship? Whatever he learns, he is doing some experiential part, and whatever is relevant to the society, industry, he will demonstrate it and he will go out. It should not be dummy. Now the engineering colleges made a compulsory projects, hope you are aware. And there are, these shell companies, they don't do anything. They give simply project to these people. They don't have any production. They don't produce anything. It is not a company at all, but they started a company to give certificate to these people. Who wants project certificate? Are you aware? I am not talking about that. What I am talking is, ask a student to choose a relevant societal problem or relevant industry problem from the first year itself. Okay, after completing 3 to 4 years, let him try to come up with a solution. Whether it is feasible or not feasible, that is okay. Whether it is doable or not doable, that is also okay. Whether it is working or not working, that is also okay. But he has to explain that why it is not working, where I went wrong. At least that hands-on experience, you have to make it mandatory. If any undergraduate program doesn't have an internship component in your department or the institute, please make it mandatory. Incubation center, right? This is one of the important things. There are several ideas for the new brain. We are all senior people now. Our brain stops thinking for a long time now, right? But whereas, undergraduate student brain is very fresh compared to master student, compared to PhD student. I don't know whether you agree with me or not. Always undergraduate students are really fresh. Give them a task. Okay, give them an option to ideate, innovate, incubate. You need to create space for it. And sufficient infrastructure is very important for the research. If there is no research infrastructure, don't expect research from any universities. Universities are known by its research infrastructure. And if you say that we want to be a research university without, sufficiently investing in the research infrastructure, then it is impossible to achieve it. Because again, it is a chicken and egg story. If you want research fund, you have to show that what infrastructure you have. You don't have fund, so you don't have infrastructure. Because of you don't have infrastructure, you will not get fund. It's again a chicken and egg. For that, institution has to decide every year at least some percentage of the revenue should be pushed to research infrastructure. 5% or 10% or 20%. It's up to the university or the institute that this is my revenue. First, let me take out my research budget. Then only I will spend for other things. Because higher education institution, if the research infrastructure is weak, then it will not get attention in state or nation. You need to have huge amount of money invested for research. Why? Today you invest 10 rupees, show it, you will get 20 rupees. If you want to let the government give 20 rupees, then I will invest, government will never give that. That is the reason I said it is a chicken and egg. We need to break that and invest. That is important to implement. Right. So, what is expected in multidisciplinary institution is, as of now, there are 900 plus, around 1,000 universities, around 40,000 colleges. What is expected in this policy is 15,000 Ivy League universities. Okay, all colleges has to mature himself or join with someone and go up to the level of giving your own degree. That is what it says. Ultimately, come out of affiliating system. Come out of affiliating system. Graded autonomy. See, colleges will not get government nod for awarding the degree. You are not allowed to give the degree until you get graded. Academic, administrative and financial autonomy, you will do it only after certain level of accreditation. It is not okay, from tomorrow onwards you can give your own degree, government will not accept it. You need to get matured to that level and then start giving your own degree. Phasing out of affiliation system in 15 years. In 15 years, either your institution has to graduate to a level where you can give your own degree and government recognizes it. Otherwise, you need to close your business. That is what the policy says. Integration of vocational education, teacher education, and professional education. Vocational education is ill-treated in this country because I told you, anybody who gets a 10th standard very low mark, we send them for job-oriented courses or ITI, we send it. But if you see hands-on experience of a job-oriented JOC student, compare that with an engineering student. I always tell by jokes, an engineer, automobile engineer was driving a car. Suddenly it gets stopped. And he do not know and he is not confident to open the bonnet and see what is the problem. He will call immediately a showroom. A guy will come from showroom and he will repair it. He is a JOC. But the person who is driving is automobile engineer. Why? He knows hands-on. This guy knows more of theory, PPT. Getting my point? Vocational education has been given ill treatment in this country. But this policy says vocational education should be part of every component. What do you mean by that? Give hands-on learning for all courses. Vocational education means giving them skill training. They have to get that skill not only by theory, not only in the laboratory, ask them to go out and repair it. If an automobile engineer can repair any car or any bus, then he is a complete automobile engineer. Otherwise, don't call him as automobile engineer. A computer science guy, I know C program, I know Java program, but if your system, computer is not able to boot up, then you are stuck. You want, again, a diploma engineer who will come and repair your computer. As a professor, I can't repair my computer. I'm telling you seriously. Why? Because I have not been trained for that skill. But I can write a fantastic program if my computer works properly. Are you getting my point? You're finding the difference between vocational education and a normal one. A computer science engineer should know how to repair the computer first. Unfortunately, that is not in the syllabus. You check it. It is not in the syllabus. If a computer is not working, what is to be done? If a memory chip is, a bit loose, you have to open it and you have to fix it. But our engineers are not confident to open the screws of a laptop or a computer. Why? Because they have that fear. That is the reason add vocational education to everything. Vocational education means adding that skill set or hands-on experience for every course. Please, whatever may be your course, you think what component you can add in your classrooms, in your department. Setting up a new quality higher education is a bit easy. I am not sure it is there in the policy. I am putting it across. I am not confident to vouch for this statement. It is in the policy. Next, standalone higher education institutions and professional institutions will evolve into multidisciplinary. National mission for mentoring, because there are a lot of skills available around, but unfortunately we don't use it. For example, the policy says that there are people who are retired from the service. They may not be available for a full-time employment, but they are available for mentoring. This policy says that create a nationwide database who are willing to volunteer their time for nation building. They are expert in their own domain. Can you use them as a mentor? They are not available for full time because they have their own personal priorities. But at least once in a week, they are available to work. They have knowledge. They want to contribute. And at the same time, they have sufficient pension also available. They need not work. But that knowledge should not go waste. That is the reason they said that the national mission for mentoring. Okay, it's one of the fantastic things. There are so many people, the talent is getting wasted because in the government people are not getting promoted. Let us assume in the private university, up to 60, 65, they may be given extension. After that, you tell me whether the doctor and teacher retires. Doctor will never retire, teacher will never retire. As soon when you are achieve the age, you will not get salary, that's all. After 60 years, you will not get salary. If you want to retire or not retire, it is your choice. So why I am saying that, government talks about creating the database of mentors so that their service can be used for developing this nation. Independent Board of Governors. So BOG. Again, I am not going to talk more about it because it may not be directly concerned to it. So it says that education has to be managed by educators. Education has to be managed by educators. That means the board of governance of any university is to be completely managed by educators. This is what the policy says. Okay? Not the politicians, not the bureaucrats, not the people who have money. That is what the board of governance says. And there is a different way of interpretation because this is not the forum for those discussions. Right? Optimal learning environment. In this chapter, it talks about how you can help your students to develop. Okay? The first one is outcome-based education. I'm sure all of you are also following the OBC only, correct? No? OBC, you please, you check with yourself. I am not going to say that. What I observed is OBC is implemented not in true sense in majority of the institutions. What is outcome? How the syllabus has to be designed based on the requirement, where you want to see your graduate. That is the first point. Whenever you start a new course, where you want your graduate to be, that is the outcome you want. Right? No? Then you will start with program objectives, program educational outcome. You will define everything. But unfortunately, what is happening is people are doing it for the sake of doing it, not in its true spirit. Just to see it, I do not know, it may be happening here, but in general, it is not done with proper thing. What is done is, you have a syllabus, first you will write the objective for that, those objectives you will match it, those are the course objective, you will match it to the program objective, and then you will try to map it. You will try to map it. Whether it should be bottom up or top down, that is to be verified. Please check it. In a true sense, outcome-based education is implemented, it is super. But how do you compare two students? Not by question papers. It is by the outcome. You will teach a course and you will assess. How do you assess? You will again say that you will give a question paper and that question matches with which of the course objectives, and you do that? No. No. You need to say that this is the course, these are the things he should know at the end. How do you verify it? Again by examination? No. You need to give hands-on and check it. So outcome-based education is one of the beautiful concepts, but not fully implemented in its true spirit. If required, you may please rethink on, making it possible. It may not be possible at once, but I'm sure you know where is the flaw, because you are the process owner. You know how do you manipulate also. If you are, then correct it. It's very important. Okay, it's a challenging task, not a simple task, but it has to be in its true spirit. Define the outcome based on the job market and interested expertise, what you are looking for. First, you should know that. Where is the job market? What is the job expertise required? Otherwise, what happens? A mechanical engineer will end up getting job in computer science. Now you tell me whose mistake it is? A mechanical engineer going and working in a computer company as a software engineer. Whose mistake? It is nobody's mistake. He is a mechanical engineer. He got that skill, but he learned 1 or 2 programming languages. For company, it is sufficient. They recruited. Because he has the engineering skills, engineering aptitude. Only thing is language he learned and he has shifted. Mechanical engineer, he became a computer software engineer. Nothing wrong in it. But whether that is your outcome, when do you assess program outcome and PO and PO? That's a definition for it. But whether we do it in true sense, if we do it in true sense, then we are all stuck. So we need to, make that happen in its true spirit. That is very important for the policy. Then choice-based credit system. This is also there with you, right? No? choice-based credit system. What is this choice-based credit system? The core principle is let the student decide what he want to learn. That is his choice. He will choose what are the courses he wants. But here what happens in most of the cases, we tell him what are the courses he need to take. Why no? Because you are joined for a computer science and you are taking something related to mechanical engineering, it is not allowed. So choice-based credit system is a core of NEP. Because as I told you, NEP is student-centric. Student will choose what he want to learn. Student will choose how he want to learn. How means what? Either in the classroom or online or on his own. But ultimately he has to come for assessment and get assessed and then do it. I don't call it as examination. Assessment. It is very important. So next time, whenever you say that the choice-based credit system, that means it. Please note, according to NEP, 50% of the credit can be earned from other means. What is that? He can earn from a different institution. He can earn from an online course. He can earn from vocational education. He can earn from NSS. These are the different ways the students can earn credit. How much is allowed? Up to 50%. Up to 50% he can earn. But at least to begin with, you decide how many credits in each of the course you will allow them to bring into your system. As of now, 100% of your credit, correct, no? Am I right, sir? Or you are accepting some 20% from different means? So, others, as HOI, you can decide at least 20%. You allow your students to earn credit from other means. In Manipal, we allow students to go abroad for a semester and bring back the credit. We accept it. But what we do is we go for a learning agreement. In that learning agreement, we try to match the courses. And then, if it is a nearest match, we allow them to go and complete the semester and bring back the credit. We are going to accept the credit. Because you cannot expect a foreign university to teach in your own way, and you cannot expect that university to give only subject what you are accepted by your BOS. That is not allowed. That is the reason in few courses at Manipal, we have kept a semester very flexible. We have not defined subject, but we have defined bouquet of subject. We have defined some 30-40 subject. Anything he earns in that semester, only for the semester, in that semester we will accept it. Why? Because of that flexibility, students gets an opportunity to go out, study there for 6 months and come back. Indian student going abroad, it changes his life. That is my experience for past 15 years. I am working in internationalization of university. Any Indian student, before he boards the flight, you look at him, we all scared how he will survive. But by the time after 3 months when he returns from any foreign land, he will come out as a different individual. I strongly urge you to send your students abroad for a semester. If a student is capable of financing himself, why not you create an ecosystem which supports that activity so that you can bring back the credit and you can attach it. Please do it. It is doable. And NEP allows 50% of the credit of the whole course can be earned. Not necessarily abroad. If you want to send your student to a different institution for one semester, send him. Create that flexibility and show it to the world that Vinayaka Mission is different. We can do it. That is possible. You have a MOU with a different university. Allow their students to come and study here. Help your students to go and study there. Keep that semester flexible. Don't make it too tight. Too tight means credit mobility impossible. So can you do it? This is a serious suggestion from my side, which you can really do it. Help the credit mobility. Okay? Allow students to acquire credit from various options. move away to continuous and comprehensive evaluation. I don't know what is your percentage. I told you about summative and formative assessment. Summative means end semester exam. You will teach everything. At the end, you will conduct an exam. That is summative. Right? Formative means what? As and when you complete the module, you will complete the assessment and close it. You will not wait for end of the semester. That is formative. There is no end semester. Formative. Now people are doing it mix 50-50. In Manipal, we do 50%. That means we do continuous evaluation and at the end we conduct one exam. The end semester exam have a 50% weightage. The in semester exam has 50% weightage. That is how in Manipal it is done. But the policy says remove summative, completely make it, formative assessment. Try step by step. I don't know what portion you are doing it here. 50-50 as of now, but the policy is encouraging more. Hope, it can be done. Because ultimately, when you do it at the end of the semester, they have to remember and reproduce. Rather than that, as soon as you teach them, they learnt it or not, you need to assess it and close it. That is what the policy says. Student club and events to be encouraged. I don't know how many peer group or clubs you have. You increase it. Manipal adopted a strategy. I'm not highlighting about Manipal, but because I'm from Manipal, I'm sharing my experiences. We have more than 150 clubs. More than 150 clubs. How these clubs started? Students have some passion for something, right? Whatever passion he has, in Manipal, he has a peer group. If he is a singer, if he is a street play, if he is an artist, if he is a photographer, if he is a wildlife person, if he is an adventurous person, if he is a cyclist, I can name it like this, 150, including research projects. There are students' major research project. Manipal Institute of Technology gives 2 crore rupees for students' project. 2 crore for students' project every year. And that is our selling point. That seed money is given to the student and faculty is mentoring. Most of the time, faculty is mentoring. That's all. That means he is not completely involved. But students are doing wonderful things. Why? Because the first year, second year, third year, fourth year student, from different departments, they come together, they define the project. One of the simplest example is Formula Car Manipal. A Parikshit, a satellite. These are major projects where different department people are coming together and Manipal is putting money onto it. When you do that, then only students will work late night. They don't love the classrooms, but they love their labs. So all these things gives them a space to develop. That is the reason I said, start student clubs, events, to start a new club or a peer group for overall development of the student. How Manipal came up to 150, it is not started at once. Sometimes some students will come and approach administration saying that I want to do this, but there is no club. A simple policy is adopted by Manipal, you start a club. Immediately grant is given. No money, only approval. Only approval. Any other support you want, you let me know. So like that, every student started their own things and now it's more than 150. What is the advantage is, these 150 club attracts more than 3,000, 4,000 students in the evening. So after 5 o'clock, after the classroom, they are not deviated. They are focused on their activity. Advantage is what? We have not allowed our students to do some nonsense after the classroom. At the same time, they are with people from different institutions, not only from their department, where they can meet, they can greet, they can fight, they can do the things. And they spend time up to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And our hostel times is up to 11 o'clock, right, for boys and girls. So that is the flexibility what is given in the Manipal. Advantage is, the students' energy is created as a synergy. And they all put the focus on that project. And when they do it 4 years, at the time of interview, when the placement season comes, placement say that I am part of Parikshit. Then the next question will be on Parikshit. And he will ask so many questions that an interviewer will get convinced that I want this guy. Why? Because not because of his GPA, because of his other skills. He is an excellent engineer. Is it possible to teach those skills in the classroom? No. You can create an environment where they can develop like that without a curriculum, without any attendance requirement, without any investment. There is no investment. Student major projects, the research projects, what they do, Manipal gives them 2 crores, but 150 clubs are there, no? There is no money at all. Only what university did is, they gave them a support, saying that, come on, let us do it. What do you want? You want classroom? You want any other facility? They give the facility. No money. But students will do wonders. Right? So that is where they learn how to manage a team, a senior recruiting a junior. There is no ragging. It's a zero ragging campus. So that is what you can do it with the help of this. Help students to develop on their own so that they learn adaptability skills, they learn communication skills, they learn working in a team. All these things are taught experientially by this club. And I am a fan of this club because I do mentor 2 teams and they are doing wonderful things. They are helping me, they are reducing my load, but they are learning a lot. That is the advantage. It's a win-win for students and the institute. Supporting socio-economically disadvantaged students. It is very important. Even though we are private universities, somewhere we need to create a bursary or a scholarship to help those students. It may not be as much as the government gives, but at least, to encourage them, to bring them to the mainstream, it is important. And ODL and online education of high quality. Allow your students to learn from online. Counseling system. This is one thing which is very important for every student now. Because during our days, in a family, it's a big family. Now the family itself is a nuclear family. They don't have anybody to share their feelings. We need a counselor in institution. And we need sufficient counselor. In Manipal, we have, each institution has 5-6 counselors. They can take appointment online and they can go and meet. Confidentially, they will meet and come. And these counselors can help them. There is someone, to share, to cry, to take help. It is very important for education institution. If you are not there, policy says counseling system should be there. Support for rural background student. That is what is the policy says. Scholarships. So these are all different things about optimal learning environment. Okay, so this I will not cover here. I will take it later. Next, about the faculty. Motivated, energized and capable faculty. Whoever is a institution leaders here, HOI is here, please focus on this. What is important for a faculty? Why faculty, likes one institution and he doesn't like other institution? Salary is one component. Salary is not everything. You increase the salary today, after 3 months we will see that when is my next revision. Correct? I will think like that. I don't know about you, but I always think when is my next revision within 3 months. That means salary will not satisfy anybody. And salary will, you cannot make happy by salary. Oh, it's only for 2 to 3 months. After that, again he will ask. He will compare with someone. He is not worried what I am getting. He is worried what others are getting. Yes or no? In that institution, for my cadre, this is the salary, but I am not getting it. Whether it is sufficient for you, we never ask. Apart from salary, the institution thinks that salary is the only parameter. Unfortunately, that is not true. A faculty belongingness comes from different things. That is the culture of the organization. A culture of the organization should be such that the retention should be very high. Otherwise, it's gone. So many times what happens? People leave and go. Frequently, they leave the job. Why? Because they are not happy. How many of faculty can work after 5 o'clock? How many can work without looking at the time? So that shows the environment. So the policy says motivated, energized and capable faculty are the main resource. In higher education, In higher education, which is the infrastructure? It's a human resource. If an institution does not care for human resource, then it will not survive. People should feel that it is my university. I am willing to do anything for it. But there are some institutions, they don't care because they are working only for salary. So the policy says good infrastructure facilities. Every faculty want a decent cabin, if possible air condition. A decent cabin is one thing which is very important. In some of the institution, 2 people, 3 people share the cabin. And people want privacy also. Some people say that no, cubicle is the way forward. Unless and until institution invests on the faculty, they can't expect anything. Salary they may work, but not from here. So one is good infrastructure. Second one is faculty-student ratio. Whatever may be the ratio given by the regulator, it should be as minimum as possible. In Manipal, it is 1:9. 1:9 is our faculty-student ratio. 1:9.35 is the ratio. Okay, I'm just giving an example. We need to bring it down. That means more and more faculty you need to recruit. Right? Autonomy to the faculty. Okay, what autonomy faculty wants? He do not want to spend money. Allow him to do something what he really want to experiment in the classroom, in the laboratory. A teacher who is very enthusiastic in the beginning, he will go to the HOD and he will say that, sir, I want to do it like this. No, don't do it. I have done it for last 30 years. What you will do it today? Then you have killed an enthusiastic person. You have killed an enthusiastic person. He is younger by me by 30 years. He just entered. Allow him to experiment. He is very nearest to your student, not you. Sometimes my prejudiced mind should not help, should not stop someone from doing something. That flexibility, seniors has to give it to juniors. It is very important. Because he is coming fresh mind and we always put him onto he will see any faculty, whenever he enters a new university, 6 months he will observe everything. He will try to do something. After that he will learn, okay, these things will not work here, right? Then he will settle. Once he settles, gone. It is a loss to the institution. I always say that allow faculty to experiment. Let them do mistakes. Accept them, appreciate them, and whenever they do mistake, say it's okay. That is very important. Most of the times we say that management is treating ill treatment. No, our senior faculty are giving ill treatment to junior faculty. When senior faculty handholds junior faculty, you can see a sea change because junior faculties are not interacting with management. Junior faculties are always interacting with professors and HODs. And if they say that, chalo baba, fine, it's okay, come on, let's do it. Create that environment, your department will be wonderful. Have birthday party, have fun, have parties, celebrate. Tell everybody that you are important. You are important. That feeling is more strong than your salary. More strong than your salary. That is my strong belief. Autonomy to the faculty to experiment new things in the classroom and laboratory. It's very important. Incentivize wherever possible. Wherever possible, incentivize. Imagine there is a faculty who is doing very good with hands-on. He is very good in hands-on. He can help so many students. Reduce his workload, theory classes. Give him more of that kind of job. That's very important. It's very, very important. Incentivize wherever possible. Because in Manipal there is a different, we have a performance-based salary. We have a performance-based salary, very huge. A professor may get 30,000 extra compared to other professor in the same cadre. Right? Because that is the difference, 30,000. I'm just giving an example. Why? Because we have not done it once. I was sharing with professor. We have done it over a period of 15 years. Now nobody knows in Manipal what is the other salary. There is no same salary in Manipal for everybody. There is a different salary. And I don't know what is the salary of my other professor in the department. Being a HOD, I don't know. That is the confidentiality what they maintain. Why? Because he has been identified as good and he will do well. Next is tenure track recruitment. The policy says, but I am not in favor of it. Tenure track means what? In US style, I hope you all know that. Tenure track means not permanent. It's a contractual agreement, right? But policy suggests somewhere it can be a tenure track. Fast track promotion. Don't fix assistant professor to associate to these many years. Rather than that, if you find somebody really good, allow them to go for fast track. Otherwise, you will lose that person. Preparing leadership pipeline. One has to prepare, not accidental leaders. Sometimes what happens, you are very favorite to your director, even though you are not that great, because you are favorite to your director, you will be selected as a HOD. Okay, I don't know here. In general, this policy says that help people to develop as a leaders. These are the important things, apart from salary, which will make faculty proud. Now you ask any student, I ask because I am from a computer science background. My students want very good teachers. I asked one day, how many of you want to be teacher? What is the answer? No one want to be a teacher. What do you mean by that? No one want to be a teacher, but everyone wants good and great teachers. It is not a mango so that I can pluck it and bring it. Correct, no? Why? In computer science, nobody want to be teacher, you tell me? Because after BTech, you will get huge salary. My BTech graduate salary is more than, as a professor, what I am getting, more than that they are getting. And if I ask them, you do MTech, you do PhD, and then come here as an assistant professor, do you think they will come? No, but they want good teachers. In every class I ask this so that they should never blame any teachers. They should appreciate the teachers, whoever is coming to teach. Right? Because teachers, when they opted the teaching job, maybe by accident, maybe by choice, but once they are teachers, they have to give dedication. And teachers should never be compared with anything. If there is any noble job, there is teaching. It is up to us how I appreciate and I encourage and I enjoy and I cherish. If I don't do that, nobody will do it for me. First, I have to appreciate myself, not fake appreciation. Not fake appreciation. I have to appreciate myself. I am doing great jobs. I am changing some students' life. I am helping my students, Once, twice, whenever I go, I meet my students who are in the abroad. When they come and touch your feet, in foreign land, not in India, that feeling is different. That feeling is different. Why? Because I am a teacher, I have that. If I am a CEO also, they will not touch the feet. That is India. That is Bharat. That is the proudness of this job, I always feel, I am a teacher and I am a proud teacher. I am a very happy teacher. I celebrate it. I want everybody to do that. Because if I can't motivate myself, money will not make me motivated and position, promotion will not make it. Because today something looks beautiful, tomorrow something else will look beautiful. That will not end. So that is the reason, let us celebrate the teacherhood. It's very important. I was discussing with professor whether research killed teacher. We were discussing it. I said research will never kill a teacher, but nowadays, because of this rat race, we are producing PhD. And PhD is a research. No, PhD is not research. People call PhD equal to research. It is not research. Research is a continuous process. It is a journey, not a destination. Whereas the PhD is not a journey, it is a destination. Why? After 3 years, you have to submit and go. So completing PhD, sometimes people ask, oh, you completed research. Actual question is, have you completed your PhD? If I ask you, have you completed your research? If you say yes, what does it imply? You doesn't know what is research. Research nobody can complete. Correct, no? So research will never kill a teacher, but these competition-based PhDs are killing teachers. And at the end, sometimes what we are seeing is, a person is not a researcher, not a teacher. Right? In Hindi we say, Dobika kutta na garka na ghatga. Unfortunately, we should not allow it to happen. As a teacher, whether we have opted this by choice or by accident, After accepting it, let us motivate ourselves and enjoy every day. Once we start enjoying, I am very energetic in the classroom. When I am energetic, I will make my students to be energetic. That way I can build a relation. Oh, classic hogbeka. Oh my God, I have to go to class. Then gone. I don't have energy. So that is very important. And please note, my dear teachers, nobody is there to motivate us. Nobody will motivate. We have to motivate ourselves. That is the message. Right. Equity, inclusion in higher education, chapters. Right? So it totally says that, take care of people who are not that fortunate as we are. That is the reason of equity. One of my friend explained me, he's one of the best teacher. He's a high school teacher. He explained what is equity, how you can explain equality and equity. The best example what he said is, we are 4 in the family. There are 4 glasses of milk. So each one of us can have 1 glass. That is equality. But my doctor suggested that your one child has some issues. Please give more milk. But I have only 4 glasses. What should I do now? We 3 will reduce, give more milk to the child which requires. That is equity. I hope the definition is clear. It's a beautiful definition according to me, given by my friend. If somebody is, because sometimes what is equality and what is equity? Equality means all 4 people will get 4 glass. Here, not same, because he needs more, give him more. That is equity. Please, people are there who are unfortunate. They are not as lucky as us. Help them. That is important, right? And degree in Indian languages, it is very important. Not only from language perspective, their mother tongue, and everybody proved that only the best language is the mother tongue. But in India, do you know how many languages are there? In India, there are more than 1,500 languages. Till today, now, there are 150 languages where considerable number of people, they use it. And there are 22 scheduled official language. You tell me one country which has these many languages. I always compare my India with Europe, not in terms of population. In terms of number of countries in the Europe, number of states in the India. You start from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, this is a beautiful country. I traveled more than 35 countries. But every time I travel, my love to my country is more. You see the food. You see the diversity. You see the language. You see the color of an individual. You see the weather. Weather is different. There is a Europe in India. You know that? So I always say that such a beautiful country, one thing will not fit everybody. We need help one another in a different way.